X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Let me show you how.
Well, hello everybody. What is up? Happy Tuesday, guys. How are all of you doing today? Hello. What is up? Hi. Hello there, Mug and Mile. Zolika135, V-Raptor, what's up? Good to see you. Draco System, how are you? Saru, good to see you. Noodles, what's up? A Pillow, good to see you in chat. What motivated you to fix your sleep schedule? Not really anything. I ended up buying God of War Ragnarok on my PS4 Pro and playing it all day. And so I was able to stay up all day despite my tiredness. And then I went to bed at 9 p.m. last night and then woke up at 5 a.m. today. Now, as you can tell, I am still tired. I am not fully well rested, but I'm going to try to get to bed. I don't think it'll be hard considering how tired I am. I'm going to try to get to bed at, around 8 or 9 p.m. tonight and wake up early in the morning again tomorrow and just keep it going. You know, I like doing daytime streams. I'm actually not even using artificial light to light up my face right now. This is literally just my window in front of me being open and sunlight shining in to light me up. So I really like daytime streams. They're nice. You fixing yours will help us fix ours. I am sure there are a lot of Europeans that watch me who are really, really appreciative of the nighttime streams, but once again, Eurocucks molding. That's just that's the way of things. Yeah, fuck them. What can I just? They don't even vote. They don't even vote here in America. You know, like, come on. What's the big deal? Maybe they do kind of, you know, fall to the wayside in terms of the stream viewership. How is the new God of War? It's really good. I like it a lot. I really, really like it. It's very good. I really wish I could play it on PC. It would be so beautiful and run so well on PC. Not even joking. It's not even a meme. Another new thing that came out. I went onto my, like, video obtaining movies for free website, completely legally, by the way, completely legally. My obtaining movies for free website, and downloaded a very, very, very scuffed copy of Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. It was pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. I will say, I don't want to do a watch party of it yet until we at least get a cam rip good enough that you can actually read, like, subtitles in English when non-English is spoken. There are some pretty important scenes in that movie that I have no idea what the characters are saying, because I was watching, yes, it was an English dub, like, it was, you know, the voice was in English, for most of the movie. Those scenes were not in English, like, canonically, what's the word for it, diegetically, and the subtitles were in French. And I do not know French. So I have no idea what that last scene with Namor was, like what he said. I don't know if he was like, oh no, we're all good with Wakandans now. Everything is all good. We're good guys now. Or if he was like, no, just wait. We're going to backstab them. I literally have no idea what he said at the end of the movie. But yeah, the movie was really good besides that. And once there is a good enough quality copy, we'll do a watch party of it. We will also be doing a watch party of Ant-Man Quantumania when that comes out, or we get a good enough copy to watch. I also want to do a watch party of She-Hulk, because I never got past episode 2. And, if it's as bad as the first 2 episodes all the way through, we'll have fun in Discord dunking on it. And if it ends up getting better, we'll have fun in Discord talking about, huh, man, this show got a bad rap. I'm skeptical because it feels like capitalizing off Chadwick Boseman's death. Nah, it didn't feel like that at all. I was worried too. I'm gonna go ahead and give very minor spoilers here, but I don't think it's really spoilers. It's more so saying what is not in the movie. They do not make some big deal out of, like... They don't... It feels respectful, you know? Like, the movie opens up, and nah, I'm not gonna spoil the whole thing. It's respectful, and it's not... It doesn't feel like they were using a real-world tragic event as, like, a way to spice up the movie, you know? It's hard to put into words without just saying what happens and you guys being like, oh, okay, that sounds fine. But I will say, they do not tell you what kills him. Like, T'Challa. Not Chadwick Boseman. Obviously, Chadwick Boseman had colon cancer. But what killed T'Challa, I do not believe was ever, like, said. I don't think they ever expressed it. But it is something that the heart-shaped herb would have been able to help him, presumably with, and save him from. But there was no more of it because... Killmonger burned it. Anyway. Good movie, good video game, and hopefully Ant-Man Quantumania will also be a good movie. What else did I watch? Because I took a few days off of stream. What else did I check out? I will be picking up Chainsaw Man. Now that the dubs, the English dubs are dropping... Yes, and I watch dubs, fuck you if that triggers you. Now that the dubs for Chainsaw Man are going to be dropping, I'm going to be watching that as well, and that is going to be my 3rd anime. I have watched 2, that's right, 2, TWO2 animes in my entire life. That's Cyberpunk Edgerunners and Death Note. Chainsaw Man, with my friends, is about to become my third. I know, right? I'm such a weeb, aren't I? We are turning you into a weeb. Listen, I'd say that the animes that I'm watching are like the most popular, normie-friendly, overwhelmingly agreed upon by everybody to be good, and also generally, at least I haven't seen much of Chainsaw Man, so maybe this breaks that trend, but not like weird, you know? A lot of anime is just too fucking weird, dude. I'm sorry, it just is. And outside of a few things, Chainsaw Man, I don't think is weird, and I'm pretty... I didn't think anything in Edgerunners or much in Death Note was weird. Hi, what did I miss? Nothing. I just went live. All right. Midnight Kitty Boy, thank you for the $50 donation. That was 15 hours ago. God damn, thank you. I really appreciate that. That was an overnight $50 dono. Well, Midnight Kitty Boy, if you're here, hopefully you hear this, and just know that I appreciate it. That's extraordinarily kind. And then Drago, thank you for the $5. Wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It says, Streamly FF14 update. 14 fish remain, also doing achievement hunting by soloing a big RNG dungeon thing. Warrior Sustain is dumb and makes them basically immortal if you aren't being stupid. I will say that I have had so much less time to play WoW and FF14 lately, since I've been trying to, like, focus myself on fixing my sleep schedule, streaming more, and producing more content. I have no doubt I'll be able to play more of FF14 and WoW, and I will be. But not as much as I would like to until I am able to move, just because so much... There's just a lot going on, you know? Even if I do have the time, I may not have the energy, you know? Time and energy are two different fuels you need, like two different things you have to have, resources you need to accomplish something, like, phenomenal. And you may have the time, but you may not have the energy, and you may have the energy, but you may not have the time. So that's always been the sort of difficult back and forth I've had to deal with. What's your take on furries? I mean, furries can do whatever the fuck they want. They're not hurting anybody, assuming they're doing consensual acts with, you know, consenting humans that are of age, you know, and that's what most furries are doing. And from what I've heard, assuming this isn't a meme, apparently the furries oftentimes do not fuck in the fursuits because they're expensive. Apparently the fursuits are like tens of thousands of dollars or something. We don't. Damn, we got a self-admitted furry in the chat. Yeah, apparently the fursuits are very expensive and not the kind of thing you would want to soil by any means. And it also seems like most furries are pretty left-leaning and are very much cognizant of the fact that they have a huge problem in their movement with, within their demographic, their community, whatever the fuck you want to call it, with, like, the Nazi furries and the pedo furries, and they seem to be actively trying to build a sort of social wall to keep those people out of the broader furry movement, which is something I can respect. What I will say, though, is, and this is my completely subjective opinion-based take on furries, is that it is weird and cringy. It is. It is weird and cringy. That is not a moral judgment, simply a personal judgment. Is that Hearthstone music? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm playing World of Warcraft Alliance Tavern music, and this motherfucker just asked me, is that Hearthstone music? I'm going to fucking die. These Zoomers. These goddamn Zoomers. Oh my lord. Fucking BlizzCuck? No, this music is great. This is maximum comfy. What are you talking about? I've literally got both my windows open right now, letting cool air in, and even better than that, a couple days ago it snowed up on the top of Mount San Jacinto. So I'm looking at the mountain right now, and it's covered in snow. I can't get up to the snow. I'm literally, like, miles and miles and miles away, both horizontally and vertically from the snow. Maybe not well, yeah, vertically too. If you're going at like a vector, you know, sort of like a you know, an angle. Very far from said snow, but I can still see it, and it is 65 degrees outside Fahrenheit right now. So I am letting in the nice cool air, wearing my nice winter flannel, and I'm just going absolute comfy mode today. I really can't wait to get more on a daytime sleep, or daytime being awake and nighttime being asleep schedule, and streaming during the day. I am so goddamn excited. Burboy recently drew a furry cuckold comic, apparently. Thank you for announcing that. I really appreciate it. Hey, I just want to say, there are a lot, and I mean a lot, of white names in chat right now. Sure would be the opposite of a shame if somebody who had exorbitant amounts of money and nowhere else to spend it were to just drop a ton of gifted subs in the chat, or perhaps even to give themselves a tier 1 sub, or perhaps even give themselves a bigger sub for longer amounts of time. I mean, all of these things are options, but if you can't afford to do something like that, I'd like to remind you all that there is also always the option of simply liking the stream. It's as simple as that. If you just drop a like on the stream, it really does help out a lot more than I think a lot of you guys realize. In fact, we've only got 85 likes right now out of 188 concurrent viewers on YouTube. I think we can up those numbers. I think we can up that like count. Come on. Show me what you guys are capable of. I want to see what you guys can do. I want to see if you all come together, like every single one of you, if you come together and just drop those likes, what you guys are capable of achieving. Remember, guys, the more likes you leave on the stream relative to viewers, the more that YouTube pushes my stream to subscribers, which means a higher likelihood of the viewer count going up, which means better everything. Better, you know, more donos, more people talking in chat, more viewers, more likes, more engagement in general, which just helps out the channel in every way. 124 likes. Can we get up to 150? I feel like we can get up to 150 easily. At 192 concurrent viewers, I feel like we can get up to 150 viewers easily. I recently learned that a lot of people in the furry community are autistic. Oh, no way. Wow, that's the first time that's the first time I've ever heard such a thing. Music and the ing and the mming. Do I that much? I don't really feel like I that much. Makes it feel like an Asmongold stream. I will say I love Asmongold. He is one of my favorite streamers to watch. Maximum comfy vibes, and if my stream feels like an Asmongold stream, then that's a good thing. Asmongold's the kind of streamer that is entertaining to watch no matter what he is doing. You don't have to give a shit about World of Warcraft. I do, but you don't have to watch him talk about WoW and tell stories about his childhood and growing up and playing WoW, and for it to be entertaining and heartwarming and engaging, and for you to want to watch it, because he's just an entertaining speaker and a funny, charismatic guy. I love Asmongold. He's built himself a solid-ass platform. That's a compliment to me, my friend. Thank you. Holy crap, 147 likes. Come on. I know you can do it. 150. 3 more likes. Come on. We're also almost at up to 200 concurrent viewers on YouTube. Hey, 155 likes. Let's go, guys. That's what I like to see. By the way, we just got a big old tier 4 sub from Crafter Lula over in website chat. God damn, how many monthers was that? That's a 1-monther right there. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that, Crafter Lula. That's based as fuck. That is $40 right there. Thank you. We're starting the stream off with a nice, cool $45. Nice. Didn't even say anything. Thank you so much, Crafter Lula. I see you over in YouTube chat. Remember, guys, for those of you who do not know, I have a website, my own, as many of you guys might know it, .gg website, but it is not technically a .gg URL, but functionally it's the same, as others you may know. If you see the chat on screen right now and you're wondering, why are my messages not popping up there? Why are none of the messages I'm seeing popping up there? Why is Zan not responding to any of the messages in the chat I'm in? It's because I don't really read YouTube or Twitch chat. I pretty much almost entirely read and engage with my on-screen website chat. So if you want to be part of the conversation, I highly recommend you come to my website, xanderhall.com/live. Links are pretty much everywhere on all of my platforms that I'm streaming to, and should not be hard to find. You can make an account for completely free, and you might even get gifted a sub for completely free, which gives you a colored name and gets you shouted out and all that cool stuff. And not to mention, whenever a segment goes up on YouTube, let's say I do a big debate or cover something, maybe a video goes up, a segment, and it gets hundreds of thousands of views or something. If you talk in the on-screen chat, your name and your messages are immortalized in that massive segment for eternity. For as long as the internet is around, at least. Ugh, my nose itching. I need to pluck all the nose hairs out of my nose. That would go pretty hard, not gonna lie. Burboy, thank you for the tier 1 sub over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. For those of you guys that don't know, YouTube has a system similar to the subbing system on my website, in which you can hit the join button to become a channel member, which basically functions in my YouTube chat if that's what you prefer. Exactly the same function as being subbed in my website chat. So it's basically just another way, if you want to support me. If YouTube is your preferred platform, of course. Hey, Hash Hosting, what's up? I hate vacuuming? Me too. I fucking despise it. Not as bad as mopping or shampooing the carpet, though. My mom used to make me shampoo the carpet every single week with this giant, 35-pound, heavy-ass, industrial, carpet shampooer. It was more like every other week, actually. I won't say every week, because that's a little bit... That's unrealistic and ridiculous, but it was like every other week. Why do we need carpet? I really like carpet, because it feels nice. I don't like having to wear socks all the time, because it's just kind of a pain in the ass. So, I kind of like carpet, and I hate rugs. I despise rugs. I fucking despise rugs. I fucking hate rugs. Either the whole floor should be tile, or preferably hardwood, or all carpet. No, it goes from hardwood or tile and then becomes carpet because there's a rug. I hate that. If you're anybody who has a rolling chair in the same room as a rug, you know how big of a pain in the ass it is, right? Always rolling over the rug and bending it upwards and deforming it and fucking it up. It's always getting in the way of you pushing your chair back or pulling it in. It's a huge moving furniture around. It's a big pain in the ass. You trip on it, you stub your toe on it. It really is. I hate rugs. I do. I just hate rugs. When I get my house in Seattle, it is either going to be each room is all carpet or all tile. I think I'll probably go for all hardwood. I don't like tile. Except for kitchens and bathrooms, I'll probably go for hardwood throughout the whole house if I can. That's the ideal. I really like hardwood. My rolling chair sits on the rug because I have a hardwood floor and I was ruining the floor. So Gatsukato, there's actually something you can get that's way better than a rug to accomplish that. They sell for $15 on Amazon these pads that are really big. You can get them big so that your entire desk can sit on top of it along with your chair and then some extra room, quite a bit of extra room. That's literally made out of the same material as truck bed lining. A pickup truck, the bed of a pickup truck, how it has that very, very sturdy lining material that you cannot fuck up. If you've driven a truck or had a truck or been around pickup trucks, you know that truck bed lining is some sturdy fucking shit. That's what it's made of. And you use that to protect your hardwood floor, your carpet, whatever it may be, from your rolling desk chair. I use that in my home back in Florida. My home back in Florida, I had a home at my mom's house back in Florida. Yeah, that was handy. I preferred that a lot to have it to a rug. That's not a bad idea, actually. They're $15 to $25 on Amazon, too. They are not gonna cost you much. I gotta get on Amazon. Holy shit, that sounds great. You'd be surprised, but basically any problem that you have that you think like a gadget or like a little object could solve, it's probably on Amazon. There's a reason why Amazon rules the world. There's a reason why Amazon is slowly becoming the like massive soulless corporation that dominates our world, because they do unironically offer a pretty vital service in our modern world. Speaking of Amazon, I need to get my mom to fucking get me a new space heater. I honestly have never really needed a space heater that much. I just kind of, they're nice and I like them, but at the end of the day, I'm happy just wrapping myself up in a comfy, like in a comforter. I'm literally wrapped up in a comforter right now. See? It's blue. I'm literally wrapped in a comforter as we speak. No, I would not post feet pics. For one, I unironically am so disgusted by foot fetishists that I don't even want to make them happy. Like, part of it is almost a pride thing. Out of that. But if I was to open up an OnlyFans, it would literally just be videos of me pounding MILF pussy. That's all it would be. Like, it would just be like once a month, me decimating a MILF. That would just be the OnlyFans. And it would be, money would have to be going pretty tight, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Have you literally censored pictures of your feet before? Yeah, I posted a picture of when I was like 14, like shucking scallops on like a seawall on my birthday, and my feet were visible in it, so I censored them. Not only, not just because, you know, fuck the foot fetish people, but also because if any foot fetish people were going to try to say, if anyone was even going to say, like, haha feet or anything, it would be extra weird because I was literally, like, 14 or 15 in the picture, maybe 13, so, yeah. I was helping people out by not opening them up to that. Based. That's based, Gotsukato. What the fuck, LMFAO? Listen, guys. The internet's a fucked up place, alright? You ever heard of the website WikiFeet? That's a thing that exists. Those people are fucking out there. And they're looking. They're waiting to get one solitary screenshot. No, God, do not. I can't... When I found out that website existed, I remember my first impression was like, no way, no way. And then, of course. What about MILF feet? What about MILF elbow? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's just not a sexual part of the body. At least not to me. Do you know Dan Schneider is a foot guy? Of course, everybody knows that. That is the thing everybody knows about Dan Schneider. Yeah. I think more people know Dan Schneider is the creepy foot guy than the guy who made all those Nickelodeon shows. Oh my god. Stray missile went over the border and hit a building in Poland. 2 confirmed dead. Holy shit, no way. Wait, for real? Oh no. Wait. Oh no. Breaking. Radio Z. 2 stray rockets fell in the town of Przywidło in Poland on the border with Ukraine. They hit the grain dryers. 2 people died. The police, the prosecutor's office, and the army are on site. Fuck. Alright. So... I'm speaking completely out of my ass here. I know Europe, on like the borders of different countries, have a lot of exclaves and whatnot. Basically, they're like little areas that are technically territory of the other country that's bordering it on the other side of the border. So like it's possible that a small Ukrainian territory existed beyond the Polish border, and that's what got hit, and that was like targeted, and Russia was like thinking they could get away with hitting that, and like, did we react? No, yeah. But that may not be the case at all with Poland and Ukraine. I'm completely speaking out of my ass on that. So here's the thing. Holy shit. holy shit, Poland can't take that lightly. Like, a bomb has now landed on their soil, presumably, as far as I can tell, and presumably killed 2 of their citizens. And Poland is already incentivized to, like, engage in some hostile conflict, possibly with Russia. Do you think we could see, like, a full-on, like, armed, boots-on-the-ground Polish military joining up with Ukraine against Russia in retribution for this? Like, imagine, you know, like, listen, Poland, like, a couple of grain silos getting hit in Poland and 2 people dying is literally their 9/11, all right? That's a pretty big deal to them. Poland's government is pro-Putin. Don't they want to join NATO, though? Zan, there are no exclaves. The border is very well defined. Okay. A lot of European countries have like enclaves and exclaves that are kind of like a weird bubbly border instead of a hard line border. Poland is in NATO? Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's already in NATO. Yeah. So, oh yeah, because it's Ukraine that wants to join NATO, and it's Poland that's already in NATO, and Poland's a NATO state, and Russia does not want. Russia claims they want to have like a buffer state between them and Poland, which is a NATO state. Okay, yeah. One segment soon. Very soon I do segment. I'm just talking to you guys. Am I not allowed to talk to you guys for a bit before the segments start? What do you mean? All right. By the way, guys, I want to ask you ahead of time, or I guess get you guys hyped ahead of time. I don't know, you know. Regardless, this will be later in the stream. I am quite drowsy, so how awake I am when I finish segments is still in question. So this isn't guaranteed. But if I have the energy after segments are done to do some gaming, what would you guys rather see? More Destroy All Humans 2 reprobed, or more 2b2t.org, the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft, spawn exploration, base hunting, and ruin exploration with shaders? No God of War. I can't set that up. I'm sorry, Apillo. 2b2t? A lot of 2b2t folks already in the chat. I'm sorry, Apillo. I can screen share it to you and call, though. I've got God of War 2018 on PC that I've been playing, and I've got on my PlayStation 4 Pro out there, I've got God of War Ragnarok. So I can't screen share Ragnarok, but I can screen share 2018 if you want to watch. In like Discord sometime. Isn't 2b2t full of Nazis? Doesn't that mean that? Isn't that exactly why I should be there? You know? Helping to diversify the player base. I'm Italian, guys. My presence there alone is bringing diversity and exposing them to POC. 2B is fucking full of everything. It's literal chaos. 2B2T is what is called an anarchy server. A lot of the anarchists in chat are probably kicking their little feet right now, but anarchy in the definition of Minecraft, an anarchy server is one in which there are absolutely no rules. You can do whatever you want. Hack, cheat, steal, kill, lie, grief, whatever you want. There are no rules. The only real rules, and they aren't really rules at all, are actions that harm the server's performance. So building lag machines, or like trying to like knock the server offline with DDoSing and stuff like that, or real criminal activity, that won't get you banned from the server because no one actually gets banned, but it will get you punished. Like Housemaster, the admin, will like world edit lag machines out of existence to keep the TPS up so the game's playable, and he'll revoke the queue priority to make the game basically so you can't even join the server without waiting for hours and hours on end. Without even if you pay, he'll ban you from queue priority if you build lag machines or do things that like harm the server. But if you're really just like a normal, well-meaning player that's going on there to even just, PvP, grief people, and just be like a chaotic asshole within the bounds of Minecraft and not try to break the game or the server, you will have no problems. The server has no rules. You literally say whatever the fuck you want. Is there a difference between the words anarchy and anarchism for a reason? I'm pretty certain there is, yes. I think anarchy, conceptually speaking, is not what anarchists fight for. The label of anarchist is just one example of how historically the left has been chronically and honestly just devastatingly bad at optics. Like, let's pick the scariest sounding word to describe what we want to achieve. Anarchy. Trust me, guys, the bad optics of lefties is not an internet thing. It's always been a thing. The left has never been good at optics. It's never been a strong suit of the online left. I'm sorry. It's true. It's real. It's what reality is. It's just that's the world we live in, okay? It sounds cool. It's a very cool server. You know what? Because I usually do Stunlock before I hop into politics, and I've got only 4 topics to cover today. Not a huge... unless you guys send me extra topics, I'm down to cover before we do gaming. I think we've got time to watch a quick video here. Here, how about this? What is 2B2T? Just in case any gamers in here don't know. This video is called the updated 2B2T timeline. I guess this won't really explain what 2B2T is so much as explain what's happened on it, but this should give across like the idea of like why it's so appealing, because there's a lot of history on the server. It hasn't been updated, or sorry, not updated. The map has not been changed, as in it's been on the same map for 12 years now, maybe a bit more, I believe, and it hasn't updated in nearly 7, unfortunately, since the 1.12 update, though it looks like it's going to update soon. So that's nice. It looks like we'll be updating to 1.19, possibly. If not, I'm sure the server will be updating somewhere down the road, but I will say 1.12 is getting a little stale, but the excitement of 2B2T is all that really keeps me playing Minecraft, if I'm being honest. So, check out all the history that's happened on this one map that is still explorable and playable to this day. That I will be playing on, it looks like, after we finish segments, because a lot of people in chat said they wanted 2B2T. This is just a short Stunlock, by the way. We're just going to check this out. Actually, I'm also going to turn the video up, or like speed the video up a little bit, like to 1.25, just so it's a bit faster.
This is the updated timeline of the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft, 2B2T. The timeline spans from the server's origins in 2010 to the present day in 2020. An entire decade of digital history. No other server has a history as in-depth and as well documented as 2B2T's. Sato86 founded the Timeline project back in 2014 and has been updating it on a yearly basis. His timeline is the most widely accepted by the 2B2T community. In fact, this particular timeline has had more contributions to it from community members than any other previous timeline. Since the server is 100% player-driven, it's as close to a canon timeline as you can get. This is the first update to it since 2018, so today we'll be covering the change.
This is what Spawn looks like for thousands of blocks for a while.
Changes and new additions to it since then, and discuss some of the reasoning behind these.
Isn't FitMC transphobic? How can he be transphobic? He literally talks about the legendary griefer Pop Bob, who is trans all the time.
Changes. If you've been watching my 2B2T content and haven't subscribed yet, make sure to hit that button for the latest on the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft. We have a lot to talk about today, so let's get started. The time from 2010 to the end of 2018 has remained pretty much unchanged since the last update, and still maintains the pattern of an age being followed by a shorter period. If you haven't seen my previous video on the 2B2T timeline, I'll do a quick recap of it so you're caught up to speed. It begins with the Age of Unrest, the earliest days of the server, where the player base consisted of people from 4chan and Facepunch. There isn't much on the timeline from this era because nobody bothered writing anything down back then. The Great Decay period was when the overall player count dropped, and the few remaining players formed allegiances. The Age of Resurgence was when the player count rose again. Groups began forming, and player-driven events such as incursions started happening. The pre-hype period was when large bases were griefed and the backdoor drama occurred. A large amount of players moved to other servers or simply quit over this. And the Age of Hype, which was when YouTubers began making content on 2b2t and exposed the server to a wider audience, drastically increasing the player count. Only 2 additions have been made to the timeline retroactively: the founding of the group Highland and the founding of the group The Astral Order. Since these 2 groups have survived for many years now, their founding dates were considered significant enough to be added to the previous section of the timeline. Other than those 2 additions, it is exactly the same as mentioned in my previous video. So now, let's begin where the previous timeline left off. Welcome.
This gets across the point, I think. You get the idea. Lot of crazy cool history has happened on the server. It's like a weird social experiment of a Minecraft server, if you think about it. It's very interesting. Liberium, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's based in Pog of you. Said, finally, a stream for the East Coasters. Yeah, you guys finally get to watch me. You're not seeing me go live, like, right as you're going to bed. Finally. Mary the U48, thank you for the Prime sub. Same to you, Copper Gloaming. I really appreciate that. Damn. Man, Twitch has been popping off lately. Lots of people Prime subbing lately. I really do appreciate it, guys. You guys are awesome. Yeah, let me update the dono goal really fast. Remember, guys, if you want to help me raise money for moving to Seattle, hopefully by the end of the year, as I said, then you guys can support me by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or through Patreon. Links are all down below. But if you can't afford any of that, remember, guys, I always just appreciate a like on the stream, you know? Just dropping a like always helps. Xander all figuring out what happens when people who donate to him are actually awake when he's streaming. I mean, I've gotten way more donos during nighttime streams than this. Honestly, if I'm being honest, something that's interesting to me is that my viewership and my, the amount that I typically would make in donations on a stream is pretty consistent if I stream during the day or in the middle of the night. Like, I could go live at noon or at midnight, and I'd roughly have the same experience streaming, weirdly enough. I think I've got a pretty equal amount of active fan base that is, up at one time, at, midnight, and up at noon. At least in my time zone. Weird question, have you ever watched Lego Ninjago? If so, favorite ninja? Pogi. I've never watched it, no. Unfortunately, I'm a Britbonger. Well, thank you for, staying up to watch. I appreciate that. Wait, someone in chat just said, Fitum C said he refuses to call Pop Bob Kenzie and she hates being called that. Wait, what? Wait. Is the meme actually true? Wait. It's not a meme? It's not a meme. Check. No. But it could totally still be a meme. Like, just because... Just because... Hat Gorl, I think, is the new username. Wait, no? No, the username's still Pop Bob. Okay. Holy shit. That's about... They'd really have to be leaning into the meme here. She'd really have to be leaning into the meme here. For this not to be pretty good smoking gun evidence. Look at that Optifine cape. Look at that Optifine cape right there. Hot damn. Wait, so Fitum C said he refuses to call Pop Bob by her, proper name? That's mega cringe. Holy shit, do you think we could score a debate with Fitum C? If you guys can actually get me, hard evidence on, Fitum C being transphobic, I can try to score a convo or debate with Fitum C. That would be extraordinary. Here's the thing, rumors and lies are very rampant on 2b2t, So you have to understand, something like that just flying around, I can't take it at face value. There's a very good chance Fit is not actually transphobic, but if there's evidence for it, I would love to see it, because I would very much love to talk with him about it, and I'm sure I could probably achieve that. I think I've got enough of an audience to leverage that I could get him in a conversation. And he was a teacher, too, before he was a YouTuber, which, I mean, doesn't necessarily mean that he's a super genius or anything, but I think it would mean he cares enough about the truth, education, and you know, spreading what is true and based to as many people as possible, hopefully enough that he can listen to reason and fact, and he would care about studies and data that back up the positions that he is wrong about. He is a Florida man, though, as am I. And maybe a gym bro. He is absolutely a Florida gym bro, but I am also from Florida and a gym bro in spirit. So, and look at me. Listen, I think it's absolutely doable. One of the best conversations I've ever had was one that I thought was not going to go anywhere productive, because I had a political convo with a skit YouTuber named Long Beach Griffy on transphobia. And he didn't come out of it, like, with the perfect, completely, like, overhauled opinions or anything, but, like, you could tell in his more recent videos coming out of that, he's definitely, like, mulled over his takes. And he's definitely moved to the left since our conversation. And you could tell from the conversation, it was very productive. It was a very fun convo, too. It was one of my favorites. If you guys haven't seen it, you should really go watch it. It's one of my, like, the gold stars on my report card of streaming, I would say, is my Long Beach Griffy convo. You guys should really go watch that on YouTube if you haven't already seen it. It was an amazing debate. I wouldn't even call it a debate. It was just like a convo. Sure, there was some, like, points of contention, but, like, he basically ended up just saying, oh no, I get where you're coming from there. Like, whenever I'd respond to, like, whatever point he would make that we didn't agree on. Yeah, Long Beach Griffy does have a podcast. He invited me on it. It's a IRL podcast, though. Actually, there's another shot for the vaccine to get. Maybe before I move to Seattle, I'll try to get my the next jab and go and try to appear on the IRL podcast that Long Beach Griffy runs. That would be really cool. Xanderhall, personally, my favorite debate of yours was the Traname or whatever her name was. Oh, Traname girl or whatever. Yeah, I don't really like that one very much, at least when I remember. The vibes just kind of feel off from my memory. That was one of my much older debates, so I feel like I probably wasn't as good at debating back then. But then again, she was very stupid, so I probably just kind of won on the basis of she was just dumb enough that she wasn't really a difficult challenge to begin with for anybody. Yeah, Zan, it's an oldie but a goodie. Glad to hear it. I'm always happy to hear that you guys enjoy the content that I look back on and kind of feel like a little bit cringe about. I think that's the case with every YouTuber, you know? Like, I would watch... When I was younger, I would watch these YouTubers that were, like, formative, like, childhood, growing up, like, my go-to entertainment YouTubers, and they'd talk about how their older content was so cringe and they just wanted to delete it from the internet. And I'm like, no, 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 no! That's my fucking childhood. Don't you dare delete that from the internet. What the fuck? Why would you do that? That's so wholesome and, like, cozy and, like that's my childhood, bro. And they're like, they talk about how it's cringe and they want to, like, delete it from the internet. And now that I'm a YouTuber in a similar situation, I completely understand that feeling. And now hearing you guys say you like my old content, even though it makes me cringe, reminds me of that same feeling I had when I was younger of like, nah, to a lot of you guys, you have nostalgia for that old content. You know, even if it's not perfect, there's still a lot to go back and appreciate, I guess, from your perspective. And I like that. I like when you guys remind me of that. You could revisit them? Maybe. Trust me, that's how I felt when I used to watch Captain Sparkle's Orc Technoblade, RIP. Yeah, RIP Technoblade. What's this link? All right. Let's hope we don't get World War III. Should I do a segment on this? You know what? Let's do a surprise segment on this. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Jeez. Oh boy. World War III watch. World War III watch. World War III watch. I guess that's going to become a new segment on the stream now. World War III watch, because the Ukraine war, the invasion of Ukraine is escalating in the worst possible way. Now, let me just remind you guys, the world came literally so close to annihilation, nuclear annihilation back in like the 1980s during the Cold War. There was a false alarm that nearly resulted in Russia launching their nuclear arms, which would thus pretty much end humanity for, you know, as we know it back in the 80s. And the only reason that didn't happen is some guy, some like Russian missile silo technician was like, I'm going to double check on this signal to make sure this alert that we've gotten that the US is bombing us isn't legit. And it wasn't a legit alert. And had they gone with the alert and not taken the risk of their country being destroyed without any retribution, it would have ended the world. It would have been World War III. With that said, I want you to think about how close we came to narrowly avoiding nuclear annihilation. Now I want you to think about how close we are to narrowly not avoiding nuclear annihilation. As I read you this news article that is breaking news and absolutely terrifying, I also have my window open and I'm quite loud because I have headphones on, so hopefully my neighbors enjoy this news story as well. It's been a pleasure living next door to you all. At least 2 dead after Russian missiles land in NATO state Poland on Ukraine border. The Prime Minister of Poland has called an emergency meeting following the explosion. Oh boy, this is good, isn't it, guys? 2 people have been killed in Poland after 2 stray Russian rockets landed near the border with Ukraine. Listen, guys. Guys, I know this sounds dark, but hope to God they were Ukrainian citizens in Poland. Like, if they were Polish citizens in Poland, that increases the chances of, like, escalated armed conflict so much more, guys. I don't think you're like, so much more. According to the AP news agency, a senior U.S. intelligence official said that the missiles were of Russian origin. Yeah, no shit. Poland's Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki, that is just an absurdly Russian or Polish name, apparently. I cannot do Polish names, guys. The guy who wrote The Witcher can't do it. Can't say it. Has convened the committee of the Council of Ministers for National Security and Defense Affairs, quote-unquote, as a matter of urgency. Government spokesperson Peter Mueller confirmed, with local news sites claiming this is likely the result of the explosions. I want to remind you guys, by the way, 2 missiles hitting some grain silos in like the Polish countryside on the border, and like 2 people dying. This is literally the Polish 9/11, okay? This is a pretty significant event. This is not like a live and let live type of scenario. You hope it's a live and let live type of scenario and it doesn't escalate further, but best case scenario, this leads to Poland joining into boots on the ground, their military involved, on the ground conflict with no nuclear anything involved whatsoever, basically just helping Ukraine fight against Russia. That's the best case scenario here, is that just ends up meaning a whole extra country ends up definitively allying militarily full on the ground with Ukraine. That just Ukraine just gets wider. Yeah, pretty much, right? Like that, as far as the war is concerned, Ukraine gets wider would be the best case scenario here. And it just means Russia, you know, has a worse fight to fight, you know? The rockets fell in the town of, not even going to try pronouncing that, but it starts with a P. So you guys just imagine a funny Polish word that starts with a P. Hitting grain dryers, not grain silos. The police, prosecutor's office, and the military are reportedly already on the site. Meanwhile, Polish armed forces are reportedly on high alert. Some analysts have suggested the rocket's intended target may have been Lviv, a Ukrainian city about 100 kilometers south of the city it hit. The most important people in the country, quote-unquote, are attending Poland's emergency meeting, according to local news outlet Radio Z. The station also reported that military planes were scrambled in response. The price of oil has already reacted to the rocket's landing in Poland, climbing 2.3% to $87, according to West Texas Intermediate Network. Russia's strikes on Ukraine today left much of Kyiv and other cities without electricity as civilian infrastructure was ravaged by the attacks. At least one person is confirmed to have died in Ukraine as a result, although there may be more casualties. Well, I don't think I need to really go into detail about how horrific what has been done in Ukraine has really been. If you guys really want to get like a more raw understanding of what's going on in Ukraine, I highly recommend following the R Combat Footage subreddit. It definitely isn't a perfect source of footage, but it's a much more uncensored, direct, and like consolidated source of combat footage in mostly Ukraine right now that you can find, and pretty much 99% of the videos on there are either here's Russia doing a war crime, which is some of them, or here is Ukrainians killing Russians, as the Russians attempt to like slaughter Ukrainian civilians, right? Like, it is really hard to feel sympathy for the Russian cause if you follow the R Combat Footage subreddit. Our Combat Reality is also really good, Gatsukato. That's a really good one, too. Yeah. That is absolutely terrifying. Holy fucking shit. So, I want you guys to realize here that over the next couple days, we're going to be seeing developing news articles and developing news stories about whether or not Poland is going to be throwing their hat into the ring and joining this war, like, in a greater capacity, right? Because I'm pretty certain Poland has already offered lethal aid and other types of aid to Ukraine, but as far as I'm aware, we have yet to see like Poland say, or any other country say, all right, boots on the ground soldiers, go over to Ukraine, you're gonna be firing guns and artillery and killing Russians. Like, I don't think that's happened yet. That might change now. This might change things. This is like this could be the event that stokes Poland to hop in. Poland is also very, very much falling towards like fasci politics right now. Like, fascism is definitely a threat in Poland right now, which means that may sound like, oh, then naturally Poland would want to side with Russia. The problem is that fascism makes no sense and is not coherent, and fascists oftentimes infight, okay? This is not going to have some like, oh, Poland's not going to respond to this and be like, oh, well, we're fascists just like Russia is, so we're all good with this. No, they're not going to do that. That's not how this is going to go. If anything, the fascistic tendencies that have become more prevalent in Poland lately are just going to lead to a nationalistic, hyper-defensive, we want to seek retribution, 9/11 style response, right? I compared it to 9/11 earlier for a reason. Like, it wasn't just a joke. Like, Poland and its like nationalist, fascistic politics that have been getting so popular now, like, the next step naturally is for the population to say, what the fuck did Russia do? They killed our people, bombed our land? No, it's time for us to go to war, much like America did and American citizens did about going to war after 9/11. It is going to massively, like, enrage the people of Poland, and it's going to put, like, the politicians are going to feel a great amount of stress and pressure to take retribution against Russia. I don't think that Poland's recent more right-wing fascistic political leanings are going to change that. As a NATO member, Poland literally cannot attack Russia without starting World War III. That's the thing, though. Russia has attacked NATO. Russia has attacked a NATO state. Russia may have already declared World War III. No, it can. NATO is a defensive pact. Well, yeah, actually that should work, right? Because if Ukraine wants to join NATO, and they're already fighting a defensive war against Russia, that makes no sense. Like, wouldn't that make Ukraine right now non-eligible to join NATO? That literally makes no sense, right? Poland has been attacked, Dynal. Russia can't claim this wasn't an attack. I mean, they can claim it wasn't an attack, but Poland can still claim it was. Like, Russia would really have to prove this was a mistake. Like, point to exactly where the flaw was in their, like, targeted guided system for these missiles that made them hit, like, a Polish area. I feel like if things went all out and Poland got involved, Ukraine would be treated as a de facto NATO member. At that point, yeah, there'd be no reason for Ukraine not to join. No reason whatsoever. I don't know I don't really think this is going to lead to nukes, at least not, like, tomorrow, right? The nukes are going to be something that we'll see coming, I think. I don't think it's just going to be an overnight, oh, blinding light, we're incinerated now, oh, Fallout 5 is happening. No, I think it's going to be, if anything, if nukes happen, you have to remember, yes, nukes are an appealing option to quickly end a war, but the mutually assured destruction thing is a very good defense against that happening, right? Like, the fact that, like, whoever hits the button to launch the first nukes will literally be ending the world, like, ending the world as we know it, with the push of a button, is a pretty significant, like, deterrent alone, right? And you live in the world, so you don't want to, like, self-destruct what you're on. Then again, how many people have you met in your life personally, or do you know of personally, that absolutely would push the blow up the world button if they could? I've met at least one, and it terrifies me that there is technically nothing stopping someone like that from reaching a position where they could press that button. However, overall, I do not believe, as Empress Julia said in chat, I don't believe the threat of nuclear war is as massive as people make it out to be. Is it higher than ever right now? I would say so. I think Biden was probably right saying that we are at a higher risk of nuclear war than ever right now. Higher does not mean high, though, in a relative term, right? Like, higher than the Cold War, like, there were a lot of it was a lot of scare tactics and a lot of terror weaving for the sake of political gain, right? Like, the idea that the Cold War and all of the hysteria around it, in large part, was utilizing people's fear of nuclear annihilation to stoke hatred against communism, even though the regime that they were so afraid of was hardly communist or socialist. And yet, in the meantime, they were just jailing and in some cases executing people for being communists or suspected thereof. McCarthyism, yay. Regardless, though, this is absolutely terrifying. Whether nukes are going to be used or not, this is terrifying. So, all I can really say is stay positive, stay tuned, stick around. and just keep an eye out for updates. The best that you can do at this point is stay informed, but do not let being informed make you doomer. Stay positive, okay? The world has come very close to ending many times before, and yet we are still here. I'm pretty certain, deep down in my gut, we're still going to be here a long time from now. And let's just say my gut feelings about these things and predictions have been right a lot in the past, right? I got a reputation for correctly predicting things, so you guys can thank me 50 years from now when there has not been nuclear war. Regardless, though, if you enjoyed this segment, I don't know. Comment down below "War Never Changes" to let me know you watched this entire segment and to increase engagement on the video. Of course, if you're watching this, whether it be a live segment or you're watching after the fact or you're watching the VOD, be sure to leave a like because it really helps out my channel, my videos, my streams, my segments, everything a lot more than you guys realize. It forces YouTube to push my content to way more people. You can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon, as well as through my website, xanderhall.com/live. And finally, of course, you can just come to my website, xanderhall.com/live, to make an account and like, subscribe, and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Hell yeah. That was a good little surprise segment. That leaves me with a sense of existential dread. That's good to hear, Comrade Robin Hood. That's what I would think. I ordered a pizza and I'm checking to see if it's here yet. 'Cause I am hungry. I am quite hungry. I'm gonna take this blanket off because I'm getting a little warm. It's getting a little warmer outside, chat. It's getting a little toasty. We'll getting a little bit toasty. Do I have a cat in here? I'm pretty certain she's here somewhere. Oh no, I don't think she is. I think she's out in the living room, huh? The Lost Sandwich. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. It says, what's that? Financial support? Of course. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Thank you for the... How many months was that? The Lost Sandwich. I'm actually curious. The universe wants us to live in the worst timeline. Many are saying this. I'm actually gonna go grab a Monster Energy really quick, but first, how many months did you sub for The Lost Sandwich? I want to know. First time, 3-month sub. Let's go! Holy shit, that was a 3-monther right there. The GOAT. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That right there is 24 Dollaradinos. Thank you so goddamn much. That is extremely kind of you, my friend. I really appreciate that. You guys are being really supportive. I love it. You guys are awesome. Let me update the dono goal for you guys so you see where I'm at. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm gonna go pee really quick, and then I'm going to grab myself a Monster Energy because I need a nice boost of energy, literally. I will be back. Hi, gamers. How are you all doing? Oh, I just clipped my fingernails and now I'm trying to open a thing of Monster and I'm just now realizing I made a terrible mistake. Get under there, motherfucker. Come on. Bruh? Bruh, I need my boomer juice. I need me boomer juice. I'm just gonna have to tank the pain, guys. There we go. Now let's very carefully take the first sip of the Monster Energy without spilling it. Okay. We did it. I've lowered the the monster level, and it is now less likely to spill, which is a massive problem when opening a new can of Monster, as any of you fellow Boomer Juice drinkers in chat will know. The green Monster is the best. What are you guys talking about? I literally can't stand any of the other flavors. I tried the blue Monster, the stuff that's like low carb or whatever, like the blue, low sugar or whatever. I forget what it is. It's the blue Monster. It looks like this, but instead it's blue. That sucked dick. And the white Monster also sucked dick as well. I did not like it. Couldn't even finish the cans that I opened. Yeah, I'm just a classic Monster guy. What can I say? Those two do, yeah. Are there other flavors that are better? Bad take, fell off, posting L's. True. Real. That's real. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Said, YouTube link, here a meme for the day, and I just beated Sonic Frontiers last night. So, too, as well, Kari Lake Lost, let go. Let go! What's this meme? I love that it opens in completely different windows than the one I wanted to. I love that it did that, too. It's my favorite. It's my absolute favorite. Alright guys, we're about to have to watch some Sonic shit. You guys ready for Sonic shit? Y'all love Sonic shit. Y'all love when One Piece donates the Sonic memes. Those are your favorite. Those are your favorite, chat.
You know, I've had a lot of time to think since I've been stuck in cyberspace.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Don't apologize. It's not like you got me trapped here. If anything, I should be apologizing to you. I've been remembering the whole flirting with my sister thing.
That was over a year ago.
And I still feel like such a jerk.
It wasn't that bad.
You were feeling suicidal, and there I was threatening to kill you.
Okay, when you put it like that, it sounds pretty bad. It's not like you knew how I was feeling.
I didn't know because I never asked. I'm such a bad friend. I didn't ask how you were doing.
This is a dub, right?
Talk it out. Just...
This is a dub, right? This is a dub, right? Yes, this is a dub. Okay. Okay, this is a dub. What the fuck is this? I've got a fan that's very into Sonic and donates Sonic videos every time I stream. And it's required. We have to watch our designated Sonic video every stream, at least one. It's the rule.
Straight into death threats.
I mean,
it's been that way for about 2 years now.
And for what, anyway? Flirting with my sister? It's so stupid. I mean, what's the big deal? She's an adult. You're an adult. You two can make your own decisions.
You were just trying to look out for her.
I was only looking out for myself. I just wasn't ready to see her grow up. And that's totally unfair to her. And to you. So, bro, if you want to flirt with my sister, go right ahead.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. All I really want is for both of you to be happy.
Aw.
Thanks, Knuckles.
Wholesome
But
moment.
You better not break her heart, or else.
No promises. I'm pretty popular.
And hey, if you ever got something on your mind you're struggling with, talk to me, man.
Actually, there is one thing.
Yeah?
Oh no.
I kinda trapped you in cyberspace.
What?
Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure how this conversation was gonna go, so I wanted a backup plan in case you weren't cool with me flirting with your sister.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to die?
Yes, I do.
God, you have to find a more healthy way to deal with that.
Okay. Okay, the ending there was pretty good. It paid off. It paid off in the end a little bit. I can respect it. I respect it. Is that where the Shadow onesie comes from? Yes, that one Sonic fan in my chat is literally where the Sonic onesie thing, or the Shadow onesie thing comes from. Lunember95, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, I appreciate that. Said, Sonic ain't shit, huh? Is that when Sonic goes to the bathroom? Also, tomorrow is my 27th birthday. Pog, happy early birthday, Lunember95, and I have no idea what the Sonic joke was, but yeah, Sonic ain't shit. Empress Julia, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for the dono. Said, I tempted the gods and have a meme. Oh, Christ. What's this gonna be? What are you waiting for? The complete trilogy? I think this aged like milk. I didn't have a joke about World War III and tempt the gods the day before the Russians finally attacked Poland on my bingo sheet. 14 hours ago. Oh. That's rough. That's rough right there. You predicted it. You've got my power. I've passed it down to you. I've passed down my power of foresight to you. I still have it, of course, but now you also have it. It's like a god gifting his abilities to his followers. I'm the giving tree. It's a depression ability, Zan? Yeah, it's a depression ability. It's not predicting the future with any supernatural ability. It's just always expecting the worst shit to happen, and that almost always being how it goes. Oh, Sonic shit. Sorry, listen, I have dyslexia. I literally saw an ain't between Sonic and shit, okay? Like, that is... I literally read the name, Muhammad as Hammerhead every time. I literally can't see... Like, if my eyes glance over Muhammad, I see Hammerhead. Every time. Every time. That's the biggest one. That's the one that gets me, like, head scratching for a minute when I fuck it up. Like, I was at the jiu-jitsu gym, and there was a Muhammad Ali quote with a picture of him up on the wall, and I would look at it and, like, read it every once in a while. And every time my eyes glazed over it while, like, doing anything, I always saw it as Hammerhead. I had to stare at it for, like, a full second before... Oh, Muhammad. Yeah. I'm not kidding. It's that bad. New Xander lore? Yeah. Hey, who the fuck is Hammerhead Ali? It's all the M's? Yeah, the M's do a little bit of confusing. People do the same thing with my name, though. Like, how many people have you seen accidentally type my name as Xander Thal? Like, here, I'll type, like this. Like, they'll type or say my name is Xanderthal. Like, that happens to me all the time. There's not even a T there, but people just kind of think it would be there. It just kind of fills in there. It makes me wonder if I should have gone with the username Xanderthal, if that would have been better. But I'm pretty happy with Xanderhall. I think it rolls off the tongue better than having to throw in a th. Loon member, or yeah, Loon Loomber. Sorry, Loomber. I did it with your name as well. Loomber, thank you for the 95. Loomber95, thank you for the $2. Said, yes, the Muslim prophet Hammerhead. Yes, okay? Listen, guys. Don't be ableist. It's ableist to make fun of this, okay? I'm literally neurodivergent. You actually pronounced my name right the first time? Lunember? Oh, it's Lunember. Okay. I'm dumb, alright? I'm very dumb. Isn't Hammerhead a Spider-Man villain? Hammerhead is a type of shark. It's okay to be ableist, Zan. He's Italian? Ah. It's okay to be ableist to me because I'm Italian, apparently. Nice to hear that. A lot of Fredophobia in the chat today, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, is Zan actually Italian? Yes. Alright. Let's hop into it. I've got a good place to start. Well, technically we're not hopping into it, we're continuing. Because we already did a segment already, a surprise segment. Regardless. Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys. So, if you've been watching me at all recently, you guys will know that there's been a pretty massive spike in transphobic rhetoric online, particularly on YouTube lately. Now, it's always been there. I mean, hating on trans people has basically been a pastime of, like, wannabe edgelords and reactionaries on the internet for as long as I've been on the internet. I heard the attack helicopter thing and had no idea what it was referencing. I just thought it was a funny little thing before I even knew what trans people were or that they existed. That is how prevalent the transphobia itself has always been online. Which means that when I say there's been a spike in it recently, that's saying a lot. That is saying a lot that there has been even more lately. And if you're trans and you watch me, or if you're, you know, left-wing, and paying attention to the world and you watch me, then you know that right now more than ever, we're seeing trans acceptance become more widespread. This is true. Trans acceptance is more widespread and becoming more widespread than ever right now. However, as has been the case in every civil rights movement in history, whenever the progressive side starts to make progress and a disenfranchised minority group begins to gain equal treatment and equal rights, the opposition, the reactionaries, the right, the racists, the bigots, etc., they get even more vitriolic and even more desperate in their fight to keep things as they are. Their fight for injustice becomes even more desperate. And this leads to the hate for a certain demographic to increase in its fervor tangential, like at the same rate, or not the same rate, but like correlatively with the acceptance of that group in society. And this has led, obviously, to the recent spike in a whole lot of anti-trans content. Now, for those of you who are unaware, every person who makes an account on YouTube signs something called a Terms of Service Agreement. Now, this is oftentimes shortened down to TOS, and that's what I'm going to call it for the rest of the video. You've heard me say it a lot. TOS, the Terms of Service. You sign that agreement, and saying yes to all the terms in that agreement allows you to own a YouTube account. If you say no to that agreement, you do not get to have a YouTube account. You can only have an account if you agree to those terms. Those are the terms of use. With that said, TOS has gotten a very bad rap recently for, if I'm being honest, a variety of reasons. Some good and some bad. I'll start with the good reasons. The TOS has arguably grown overzealous in some areas. Talk to anybody who's been on YouTube for like 5 to 10 years, and they will agree that YouTube has, in some area, cracked down too hard on certain types of content when it's completely unnecessary and creators are suffering from it. Whether it be changes that have caused animators to face, like, false strikes for supposed nudity in their videos, while there is none. Meanwhile, you've got like the nude yoga videos that YouTube doesn't care about. The double standard that's applied. There's been a very negative vibe given to TOS on YouTube recently, and a large part of it is centered around this idea that YouTube's TOS has gotten more and more unfair and is making the platform of YouTube more and more unfun, right? They're like, you filthy Frank couldn't do what he used to do anymore on YouTube. God damn, the left took over, cancel culture went too far. And this isn't cancel culture or the liberals or whatever it may be. This is capitalism. Google is a massive corporation, and YouTube, as it stands, is not profitable to them. I think it might have just recently switched over into profitability for them, but up until recently, if that is the case, it has not been. And YouTube basically makes all of its money off of ads running on the creator's content. And YouTube gets 50% of the ad revenue, and you get the other 50% of the ad revenue that you get, right? And each view of an ad is like a pathetically low amount, like less than a penny usually. Maybe a little bit more than a penny if you're lucky, right? So, over time that accumulates, and you make a decent amount of money. And YouTube ends up making a decent amount of money, right? But how much money YouTube makes is dependent on how much money the creators are making, to some degree. Now, there are areas where this doesn't count, like YouTube will totally demonetize videos or age restrict videos, or just make it so that the creator can't receive income from a video, and yet they'll still run ads on the video and presumably profit from it. That's scummy behavior on the part of YouTube. And another reason why YouTube's TOS has gotten a very bad rap. But despite all of these problems, and I could list many, many more, including how much of a double standard there is in the application of YouTube's TOS, because I have gotten numerous false strikes, Vosh has gotten numerous false strikes, Dylan Burns has gotten numerous false strikes, Demon Mama has gotten numerous false strikes, Shark, I believe, has gotten multiple false strikes. Conyer has gotten multiple false strikes. Jesse Gender has gotten multiple false strikes. I could probably go on for much longer. These are all lefty content creators that have all gotten false strikes in the last year or two because they were criticizing right-wing content creators with way more subs and views than them on YouTube. And that content that they got false striked for is still up, for showing, is still up. So, there is a lot of reasons, good and bad, to be a little triggered about YouTube TOS. However, despite all of those problems, I still believe it is extraordinarily necessary. One of the biggest reasons is because, let's be real, you don't want YouTube to turn into a toxic cesspool. Well, yeah, you don't want it to turn into that either, or a cesspool. If you've ever spent any amount of time in any space that prides itself on low to zero moderation, you will know exactly what that leads to. Okay? As a matter of fact, later in the stream, we're going to be playing on 2B2T, the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft, and you guys will be able to look at the game chat, and I'll let you guys decide what people tend to decide to say and do when they believe that they will face no consequences for saying and doing those things. So, it's not so much that people need to be punished in any significant way for speaking or saying a certain thing. It's more so that YouTube as a platform does have a right, and morally, I think, should moderate their platform to keep it somewhat civil and usable for the broader public, right? You don't want Twitter or YouTube to exist in such a state where, like, if anybody goes on there that is suspected of being black, for example, just immediately pelted with thousands of people calling them the N-word, right? Like, that's the kind of stuff that happens on 2B. That's not the kind of thing you want to happen on YouTube, or the website will die, right? And I think if you're a YouTube viewer, you want the site to succeed. However, despite this, it is obvious that YouTube has a bit of a conundrum here, right? Far-right reactionary content has always paid very well. It's always driven clicks and made a lot of money for these platforms, and that's why right-wing content creators and right-wing propagandists have always made more money and been more popular and successful online than left-wing figures. This will never change unless the right is essentially, like, glassed off the internet. Like, unless they completely glass racism, sexism, homophobia, all that stuff successfully off of the internet, the right-wing figures will continue to do better online than left-wing figures. The right is insane and dedicated to their beliefs. They base their entire self-worth on how well their political movement is doing, so all of them goes into content talking about it, or like they donate shit tons of money to their favorite content creator, all that kind of stuff. They literally dick ride their beliefs and their demagogues harder than anybody else. You don't really get that on the left as much, which just kind of definitively means the left is never going to have that level of social reach in terms of like who the figures are. And that's not a problem, because YouTube in the end has to take care of these right-wing channels. So, how many of you have heard of the term adpocalypse? Hypers in chat if you've heard of an adpocalypse. There we go. So for those who are unaware, adpocalypses are events on YouTube in which some controversy occurs because a company sees that their ads are running alongside some controversial content on YouTube, and then them and a bunch of other advertisers just pull their ads from the platform, which means that YouTube has no ads to run on YouTubers' content, which makes everybody broke and everybody's having a bad time until the ads come back and YouTube has dealt with the problem. This has happened a ton in the past. The first adpocalypse, the most notable one, was when PewDiePie did the Death to All Jews Fiverr video. A lot of news articles reported on that, and a lot of companies pulled out, and YouTube lost a lot of money. And their TOS got a lot more strict after that. And for a while, from like 2017 to 2019 or 2020, it really seemed like YouTube was very on top of, culling down a lot of the more insane right-wing content. Like, there was definitely still blatant TOS violations being allowed on the platform, but overall, they were kind of doing their job well enough. But now, lately, it really feels like they're slacking. The right-wing demagogues like Matt Walsh and whatnot have gotten so brazen that in their multi-million view videos and their multi-million subscriber channels, they're just making titles in which they say trans people are pedophiles and groomers and all that. And it's just completely fine with YouTube. And the reason why I want to express to you, the reason why I want to talk about this, because I've talked about it a lot before, the reason why I'm talking about it again is because YouTube tweeted something just a couple days ago that just made me feel a type of way, is really the only way I can describe it. Let's just take a look. YouTube, the official YouTube Twitter account, thinking about the trans community and trans creators this hashtag Trans Week of Awareness. I see you, and I celebrate you. Oh, thank you, YouTube. Oh my god, the trans community is so fucking happy about this. Now, let's go ahead and see what the trans community, who I bet is very happy to hear this, has to say in response to this tweet. I'm sure they're very thrilled. Let's see, we got a top comment here from the Surfs, who I do not particularly like, but happens to post some pretty banger tweets from time to time. Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, The Quartering, Elijah Schaefer, Lauren Southern, Ben Shapiro, The Daily Wire, Tulsi Gabbard, etc. are all among your biggest political channels and all broadcast extreme transphobia for profit on a regular basis. Oh, and it's not even that either. All of these channels, almost all of them at least, run ads on YouTube. So if you watch another content creator, you may get an ad for one of these channels on that video, which means they are running ads through a completely separate and special YouTube ad system, and YouTube is endorsing their advertisements and their channels there through that. This shit is going to lead to a massive adpocalypse down the road. It is going to be bad. YouTubers are going to suffer if they don't start taking this into their own hands and mass flagging these channels, because the adpocalypse will hit, and it's going to suck for all of us. We're not going to be making anywhere near as much money. It'll suck dick.
Hate speech.
Let's see this clip. I've already seen it, by the way. The first part, it's like interspersed with clips from YouTube's TOS like explanation and what they believe about hate speech on their TOS. So let's enjoy this.
Hate speech is not allowed on YouTube. We remove content promoting violence or hatred against members of protected groups, including but not limited to race, gender, sexual orientation, or religious affiliation.
Using all of our platforms to amplify this story, we can ensure that whenever anyone Googles this person in the future, potential employers or anybody else, they will immediately see that Eli Ehrlich is a confessed peddler.
If the primary purpose is educational,
Millions of subscribers, millions of views, by the way, chat.
documentary, scientific, or artistic in nature, but this is not a free pass to promote hate speech.
And now they just put security guards up for the bathroom security or whatever. Oh, I hate that.
That is brutal. It is so dark, it's genuinely hard to watch.
Agreed, John. I mean, it is brutal and hard to watch. That is a very young boy who has been convinced by his parents that he is a girl. Not only that, but he is being paraded around on camera and used as a political prop. He has been made not...
And it's important that the purpose of the video is not to directly encourage violence or promote hatred against individuals or groups.
Now, if it seems like they're casting the widest imaginable net in order to catch the most children they can and put them all on a path to sterilization and butchery before they can even talk, well, that's because that's exactly what these monsters are doing. And they've done it up until this moment without much resistance from the public. And that's why I'm in the very early stages of trying to organize a national coordinated effort to fight back against this evil. You know, it's really just a matter of where do we begin? Maybe we begin at Boston Children's Hospital.
Sent a bomb threat specifically to Boston Children's Hospital, saying a bomb was on the way and calling them sickos at the hospital. Now, why would you call them sickos? Simply, doctors at a children's hospital? There is a right-wing misinformation campaign about trans youths that's been going on.
Matt Walsh inspired a bomb threat. Yes, Libs of TikTok was also responsible for this as well.
On the far
At a children's hospital of all places.
right in the last few weeks. The unfortunate thing is now it's targeting doctors and it's evacuating hospitals where kids are receiving.
By the way, when this starts to reach the more politically escalated violence, like, you know how you get, like, the mass shooters who get inspired by, like, the white nationalist shit into shooting up a synagogue or a mosque or whatever? That stuff happens a lot. You haven't seen what's going to happen from the radicalization of, like, the transphobic shit. I have no doubt it's going to be very similar to the way that the anti-abortion activists would attack and attempt to murder and just straight up murder doctors who performed abortions. They would wait outside of abortion clinics back in like the 90s, back in the day. This was more of an older thing. It still happens today, but it was a really big problem back in the day when like abortion was much more of a contested issue, where like women would be assaulted and attacked by right-wingers going into like a Planned Parenthood, even if they were suspected of going in to get an abortion. Mind you, most people are not going into Planned Parenthood to get an abortion. A lot of people who are pregnant are going into Planned Parenthood to like get a checkup and find out if the pregnancy is going well. There were women getting assaulted going into a Planned Parenthood to get their checkup and get like to help their pregnancy be healthy because random insane psychopaths who were brainwashed by some insane person on the radio back then or on TV convince them that there's baby murder happening in there. This kind of thing has been going on for a while, and bomb threats that don't actually turn out to be anything and that cause the children's hospital to be shut down for a day is just the beginning of the iceberg with where this type of hate speech that YouTube is allowing and platforming and monetizing and benefiting from is going to lead to. The only logical conclusion it will lead to. What else can you expect when you tell millions of people every single day that trans people are coming to rape and butcher and sterilize your children? And they're grooming your kids, and they're empowering the schools, in the hospitals, in the medical system. You can't trust the facts, you can't trust the data or the studies or anything, because all the institutions are corrupt by the crazy groomer agenda. These people are insane, and they will absolutely resort to violence if they think it is the only option. And trust me, every day that passes when these people are allowed to be on mainstream platforms spewing their propaganda, the likelihood of violence gets even higher. More and more. It's happened before, and I'm not wrong.
Cancer treatment. So it's a pretty scary time right now.
Yeah, a lot there on the line.
Okay. So that's the first video. Okay. What do we have here? From Alejandra Caraballo. I'm bad at last names, I'm sorry. You still have this video up where Matt Walsh calls drag queens and trans people groomers while saying they need to be imprisoned. YouTube platforms a tremendous amount of anti-trans hate, so actually do something about it instead of ridiculous posts like this. Let's see. Remember a few days ago when you let Matt Walsh get his followers to send me non-stop death threats, mail swastikas to my house, and try to get me expelled from school for supporting trans youth? The video's still up. Confessed trans drug dealer offers minors hormone pills. Oh, did YouTube actually reply to one? Is this why you demonetize and slap age? Look, the one thing that YouTube actually replies to is like the somewhat defensible thing, which is, oh, our algorithm can make mistakes and accidentally age restrict LGBT content because of certain keywords. We'll fix that. Like, they'll respond to those messages because those are somewhat like, you can kind of wiggle out of that response, but there's no way in hell there's a response to one of the ones saying, Matt Walsh, what about that guy? Not one. They can't, there'd be no defending it. It is definitively against their TOS. Now, I have gotten a lot of shit recently for calling for mass reporting on these channels that are blatantly breaking TOS, and I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. You want this. I don't care how much of a free speech absolutist YouTuber you are, you absolutely want YouTube to cut these channels, down. You absolutely want to, because if they don't, what's going to happen is big companies or some big media outlet like CNN is going to find out. Some journalists will realize this is a big story just waiting to be written about. And YouTube is going to be forced to take down those channels the hard way for all of us. Which means we all have to suffer another adpocalypse. Possibly even a worse one than any before this. Alright? So if you're watching this and you're like, oh, Zan, advocating for mass reporting. For one, there's nothing wrong with advocating for mass reporting if it's actually TOS. Plenty of people agree with this, and this content is TOS. He's literally inspired bomb threats on children's hospitals. And two, all content creators on this platform will suffer. That's you, that's you, me, everybody. If you're watching this and you make videos and you make money from it, you will suffer financially. Sooner, if not later, if YouTube does not decide, because their own community convinces them to take action on these channels. They are not motivated to because these channels make them a lot of money right now. But if we get up in arms about it before some other platforms do, and ads start getting pulled, and YouTube has their arm twisted by us, the YouTubers, not the mainstream media, and the corporations pulling their ads from us and YouTube, reminder, trust me, it is better for all of us. Let's not repeat history. This content needs to go, all right? There's a special button you can press on content that is TOS that leaves a special comment for YouTube, okay? And the more people who do it, the higher the likelihood of YouTube actually doing something is. So consider it. Now here's what I want you guys to do. I'm going to be titling this video, YouTube Hates Trans People. That is going to be the title of this video. Just YouTube Hates Trans People. And the reason why I'm going to title that video, or this video that, is because it's very eye-catching and very inflammatory. And it's no doubt going to get a fair amount of attention. And hopefully, we can use that attention to get hashtag YouTube Hates Trans People trending. Can we get that going? Here, let me type it in the chat. YouTube Hates Trans People. Let me type it in the chat. You guys can copy paste the exact hashtag I want you guys to try to get trending. I want you guys to spread this around, okay? I want you guys to post that on Twitter. I want you guys to fucking like get your favorite content creators to get it going. Maybe I should DM Keffels and see if she wants to try to do like a big Twitter campaign with that, because that she's got a lot of people that she could get to spread that around. So it's not inaccurate. It's not a lie. It is not a lie. That's for sure. But listen, the reason why it needs to be so inflammatory and eye-catching is that YouTube needs to be scared and see its community essentially starting a fuss about this. Right now, it's only like the occasional lefty YouTuber making a response video that is bringing attention to the types like Matt Walsh and whatnot. There needs to be a massive Twitter movement to get YouTube to move their ass on this. Google as a corporation can afford to run out the clock on these channels, and you know, maybe an adpocalypse does happen, but, you know, most likely not. Maybe they can ban them at the last second before a massive media storm happens and ads get pulled. But Google can afford to make that gamble. Google's a massive company that can afford to gamble, you know, with their TOS and what they allow on their platform, and possibly having ads removed temporarily. We are not massive multi-billion-dollar corporations, we as content creators. We need to bully the massive multi-billion-dollar corporation we work for, which, you know, we work for Google if you're a YouTuber, into actually doing what, you know, upholding the rules that we're held to equally to larger content creators that make them more money. Because the bias is in who is making who the most money. And I really don't think that should be where YouTube draws the line and decides who to apply their rules to and who not to. Personally, I just think who's got more subscribers and who has less should not be what makes YouTube decide who gets to break the rules and who doesn't. That's my personal opinion, but maybe that's some crazy lefty socialist, worldview fantasy. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, regardless of whether you're watching it live or after the fact, please consider leaving a like. It helps my videos, my streams, and my VODs a lot more than you guys realize. It forces YouTube to push my channel to new people that may subscribe and watch my content as well, which is always pretty nice. You can also support me by subscribing, ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. You can also follow my social media, which is all linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and my fan Discord. You can also support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That was a great segment. God damn. Good shit, chat. Let me erase that topic off the board. Nice. How you guys doing? Where are you guys watching me from right now? And what I mean by that, hey, Certainty, what I mean by that is not like where geographically are you watching me from. What I mean is like in general, like are you at home, are you at work, are you in bed watching on your phone or at your computer playing a game? Just generally like the context of how you're watching. At home, in bed, at home, my bed, my PC, work, desk, home, chilling, playing Team Fortress 2. Or TFT, not Team Fight Tactics, not TF2. At home playing a game on PC. At my PC in my bedroom. Home and just woke up. Oh, I envy you. I wish I'd slept till like 1:40 and just woken up. Mochi, I already covered it. Ah. Yeah, I'm surprised you're awake right now. I fixed my sleep schedule, at least partially. I gotta get to bed again at a decent hour tonight. If I can get to bed by 9 p.m. tonight and stay asleep till like 4 or 5 a.m., I'll have pretty much solidified my sleep schedule being fixed. Which is pretty damn nice. That's pretty baller, if you ask me. Also, can I just say, 374 viewers right now. I know it's not like an insane amount for most streamers, but I appreciate it, guys. Seeing a higher viewer count is always really nice. By the way, if you're watching right now, and you don't have any money to donate, sub, or gift a sub on my website, or to, you know, donate through other means, you can always support me for completely free, simply by hitting the like button. It really does help out a lot. We currently have 372 viewers right now and 326 likes. Can we hit 350 likes? Come on. Can we hit 350 likes? I know we can do it. Show me what you're capable of. We're 20 away. Just spam those likes. Come on. Hit that thumbs up button. I know you guys can do it. Come on. Show me what you're capable of. Show me what you can do. 6 more. 4 more. 5 more. Oh, 350. We're there. God damn, chat. There we go. That right there is impressive. I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud. Show me what you've got. Remember, guys, even if you're watching on website chat, there's no reason not to smash that motherfucking like button, you know? You gotta do that. All right. I want to show you guys some more funny Twitter stuff. All right. If you guys know what to do when I say action, say the thing. 3, 2, 1, action. All right. So we've been talking about TERFs for a while here, dunking on them, making fun of them, talking about how stupid everything they believe is. But today we're actually going to be reveling in their suffering. Now, to be fair, the context of why they're suffering is also, you know, bad for us, but I want you to forget about that and just focus on the fact that it's TERFs suffering, okay? Now, for those of you guys who are somehow unaware, TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. Now, at first time hearing, you may think TERF, Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist, that sounds like the kind of word that like a anti-SJW chud reactionary type would call a feminist. You know, that they want to like insult on the internet. I assure you it is not. TERF is a term that originates from the trans community to refer to those that would use the aesthetic of feminism and women's rights to justify bigoted hatred towards the trans community, as well as the infantilization of trans men, which almost stands on its own separately from the way that that TERFs talk about the rest of the trans community. TERFs come in a lot of shapes and sizes, okay? Possibly the most notable TERF, Queen TERF if you will, is J.K. Rowling, the very famous, extraordinarily wealthy author of Harry Potter, which I really liked when I was 14. Listen, I'm just saying, if you're a Harry Potter fan, just get into Lord of the Rings. Just get into Lord of the Rings. The world building's better. The writing's better. Get into Percy Jackson. even. If you need a more YA fantasy world, get into Percy Jackson instead. Like, legit. Lord of the Rings, if you're more into, like, if you need a more mature, well-built fantasy world to follow, Percy Jackson and Dune. Dune I heard is good. I know nothing about Dune whatsoever. I heard Dune is good, though. Regardless, J.K. Rowling, Queen TERF, everybody knows that. However, TERFs do take a lot of different forms. For example, Graham Linehan, who had possibly the most hilarious... Graham Linehan... Oh my god, can I... Can I find the screenshot? Well, I want to try to find a good screenshot of where he went on Mumsnet, that one, like, that one turfy British, like, wine mom forum, and they all just said, oh, I found it, okay. Okay, I got it. We should be good now. Okay, let me see. Okay. Alright. Cherry, you can cut back in now. This video is going to get edited anyway. Alright. So Graham Linehan, who I need to show you a good... Here's the most flattering picture of him I could find, okay? I swear to God, this is the most flattering picture of him I can find. Alright? This is as good as it gets. This is borderline... this picture is so flattering, it's borderline dishonest. Okay? It's borderline dishonest. It is so flattering. Regardless, though, Graham Linehan had a bit of a hilarious little run-in. He is a notorious TERF. He hates trans people. He claims that trans women are predators and they're grooming the kids. All that dumb shit. But he really desperately seeks validation from women for believing this. And so he goes to TERFy, like, wine mom feminist spaces and tries really hard to, like, get their sympathy. And one time he went to this one wine mom British, like, TERF forum called Mumsnet, which I feel like the name Mumsnet should completely get across to you if you know anything about British TERFs, exactly how much of a... like a bed infested with a really bad bed bug infestation. That is the only thing I can... That is the only comparative thing I can think of to what that site is like, okay? The funny thing was, he went there seeking validation after his Twitter was banned, and this was the response from the TERFs. Graham, I think you should just log off and go to bed. Remember when you made that alternative account with the William Macy Fargo avatar? You kept retweeting and retweeting your sock puppets tweets to 600k followers, and nobody cared what you had to say when you didn't have a blue tick and a famous name. It's sad to see how far a person can fall, but all you do now is embarrass everyone with your constant tantrums. Besides, this is a female space, and I don't think an entitled male should keep barging in here every time he needs something from us. You also got the old, sorry, who are you, and why should I care that you've been banned from Twitter? I remember, this needs to be... this. Let me read this and exactly how Mum42069 speaks. Sorry. Sorry, who are you, and why should I care that you've been banned from Twitter? You seem to be a man by the looks of it. So why are you posting in the feminism forum? This is a female space. I think that was a pretty good impression. What do you guys think? Was that a good? Do you think that was pretty good? Not whiny enough? I genuinely cannot reach the level of eyeball, like, blood vessel popping rage that is induced by the snarky, sniveling voice of a British TERF. Okay, I can't even come close to imitating the power of one of their voices. So, Grant Linehan is basically a definition of a dude trying to use feminism to get laid and get validation from women, and it doesn't work. Because what's obvious very quickly, if you look at any TERF space, is that every TERF believes in one or more of these three things, and it is the reason why they are or identify as a TERF. They just hate trans people and they're transphobe and want to hide it with feminism. Could be one. That's like the easy go-to, right? Like, oh, they could just be transphobic and using feminist talking points to hide that, right? I think that's actually less common than these other options, which are women who have been in some way harmed by men or a man and have now generalized their trauma or their spite to all men and masculinity as a whole. So this can literally range anywhere from like lesbians that just happen to hate men because they're not attracted to men and don't really like them all that much. It's just there are a fair amount of lesbians out there that just hate men. I mean, it happens, right? To like straight cis women who were rape victims and now kind of really they don't feel comfortable around men and their trauma extends to all men, right? And the final option is that they have some sort of brainwashed ideological like thing going on. They've been brainwashed into believing that they're of the correct side, right? And those are the people that can be brought over. Those are the people who mean well and can be brought over, and they've just been propagandized to. And if they had the right arguments made to them with the right wrapping paper, the right presentation, they could be brought over because at the end of the day, they do care about making the world a better place. They've just been convinced by ghoulish demons that doing bad things to good people for no reason will cause good things to happen, which is a skill that very stupid people have developed to convince other people to believe in said stupid things. Can't really be that surprised. But what I really want to talk about here is like, now we know what TERFs are, what they believe, why they believe what they believe. Here's the thing. A lot of TERFs are very much politically just pro-women, right? They claim to be feminists, but like feminism isn't just being pro-woman, as opposed to like being an egalitarian or a progressive or a intersectional progressive or whatever. That's not what it is, but that's what they present it as. And so they will claim that, any bad thing happening to women or anything that they fight for that is good for women is a feminist cause, and makes them feminists, regardless of the fact that everything else they believe is beyond reactionary. So, a lot of TERFs who are just politically pro-women, and that's basically just their politics, and anti-man or anti-trans people, and sided with transphobic conservatives against trans people, are now kind of hitting a wall of realization. How many of you can guess why it may be a little bit of an epic ironic moment for the TERFs that they sided with the right for the last 2 years plus in anti-trans rhetoric, and now we're seeing the right and the Republicans in America more so than ever attacking women's rights to autonomy, particularly when it comes to abortion. The TERFs aren't happy. A lot of the TERFs are not happy about this. They feel betrayed. Look at this tweet. Another TERF who voted for the Leopards Eating Faces party, getting her face eaten by a leopard. This is her pathetic DM to Matt Walsh. For those that don't know, Leopard Eating Faces party, the joke is that, like, oh my god, I voted for the Leopards Eating People's Faces party, and now leopards are eating everybody's faces. How could this have happened? And that's basically a response lefties have to conservatives whenever they complain about the bad outcomes caused by them supporting the right, you know. So it's just kind of a, oh wow, the outcome that we said was going to happen because you support conservatives happened. Man, you voted for the Leopards Eating People's Faces party, and now leopards are eating people's faces. Wow, who could have expected such a thing? Anyway, let's check this out. So this is the DM from this TERF to Matt Walsh. Oh, thank you. 1 second. This is the DM from this TERF to Matt Walsh. Who is, you know, Matt Walsh is, by the way, I should mention, Matt Walsh hates women. Like, Matt Walsh is a massive misogynist who believes that, like, 15-year-old girls who he claims are the most fertile should be locked into marriages with older men and forced to give birth. That is what he believes. So that is who they've decided to throw in their allegiance with. Just to kind of give you a heads up. Seriously? What is your problem, dude? I have been nothing but polite to you. My Twitter is littered with defenses of you that I often come under fire for. This is the second time you have mocked me on Twitter, and which has led to your followers inundating me with abuse. I'm over it. I reached out to you in May to have a civil, adult, mature conversation to start a coalition between men and feminists. Remember, guys, to these people, men and feminist are diametrically opposed things. You cannot be a man and be a feminist, because to TERFs, feminism is an inherently womanly trait. Like, you have to have ovaries, a vagina, and a uterus or whatever. And I suppose you just have to be a cis woman for that to be something, to be a feminist in their eyes. It is not just a political ideology or identity to them. It is also like something you are born as. And you have done nothing about it while telling people that feminists won't work with you. It's pathetic, it's wrong, it's a lie. So, part of this is true, and that Matt Walsh would absolutely, and I believe this, pretend to be on the side of the TERFs, like publicly, whenever it's beneficial to his rhetoric, but then immediately dunk on them when it comes to them caring about any issues having to do with women's rights right away. Because Matt Walsh hates trans people much for the same reason that he hates women. Because he's a bigot. Women will suffer just as much, if not, well, actually probably less, but still quite a bit, if the Matt Walshes of this world take control. Okay? If you think women's rights will be preserved in a world run by Matt Walshes where they get rid of the supposed gender craze, whatever, no. If you want to elect the Republicans to deal with the gender craze, whatever you call it, you're also going to be losing abortion, gay marriage, and a lot of other pretty valuable rights that I know a lot of TERFs here in America in particular actually value. A lot of TERFs are lesbians and would not like to lose federal legality of gay marriage. I would like gay marriage to stay federally legal. But you've got people supporting Republicans because they're convinced that the trans community is going too far and they're willing to stop it any way they can. And now they're having their rights taken away. Who could have seen it coming? Who could have predicted that voting for the Leopards Eating People's Faces party could have led to leopards eating people's faces? Listen, guys, I want you to revel deeply in the suffering of these TERFs, okay? Because they would revel in your suffering, and you should absolutely not feel an ounce of remorse for them, okay? They knew what they were getting into, or they should have. We have been warning these people for a while. Our rhetoric is the evidence, the facts have been out there for a while. Any TERF who complains about this, you can laugh at them. It's totally fine, even if the thing they're complaining about is a bad thing, which is like losing abortion rights or gay marriage rights, whatever. Laugh at the TERFs still, because they still supported the people doing this just because they hated trans people more than they liked having rights. Think about that. TERFs hate trans people more than they like having rights. Goes to show how dangerous transphobia is, my guys and gals and NPALs. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching now or after the fact. It really helps my channel, my videos, my VODs, my segments a lot more than I think you guys realize. You can also subscribe, ring the bell icon, and turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And you can also follow my social media, link down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, and my, yeah, I think that's everything, actually. As well as, if you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else and you don't know what to do with it, you can support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But, with all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That last outro was a little scuffed. I will say that. That last outro came out a little scuffed, but I think it was fine. Yeah, good little segment. Good little segment. Alright, can't win every outro. True. Alright. My pizza just arrived because I ordered a pizza. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to get my pizza. And then we're going to watch a YouTube video while I eat it. I ate pretty fast, so it won't be a problem. We're going to watch a YouTube video while I eat it. And then we're going to get right back into segments. And then when the segments are done, I think we're definitely going to be down to talk about or play some 2B2T. Hi, are we covering Russian missile attack on Poland? Already did. However, after segments, I'll be streaming 2B2T, and if any new developments occur while I'm streaming 2B2T, I'll be able to immediately stop, pause it, log out, and do a segment on it, because I'll be live for like a while after. So stick around for the 2B2T stream if you're interested, because if any new developments happen with Ukraine, Poland, and Russia, then we'll find out. Xan, I don't want to vacuum anymore. Oh my god, Hash, you're still vacuuming? Jesus Christ. I'll be right back. I gotta piss really bad. Howdy there, Chatterinos. How you doing? I really wish I had not gotten a glass plate or whatever this is made of. Ceramic Something like that. Some kind of material that's glass-like, but more like stone than glass, but also kind of glass, but not glass. Just a paper plate would have been ideal. Ceramic, yeah, something like that. Something along those lines. Terracotta, some shit. Anyway, Weak Keeper, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Very based, very pog, very kind. Said, thanks for keeping me entertained while cleaning. Couldn't do it otherwise. Cheers. Well, I'm glad to hear some people are being productive and cleaning while they listen to my stream. Hopefully, you guys can basically be inspired by my lack of energy right now, because I'm pretty tired, to have more energy. I don't know. Hopefully I give you entertainment. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. It's very kind. And good luck on your cleaning. Good job being productive. Based. Absolutely giga-based. Let me update the dono goal. $94. Nice. There we go. Cool. Thank you, guys. All right. What should we watch? Well, eat the pizza. Eat the pizza. What's going on? What's happened? What is interesting? Any, like, what's like what's going on? What's released recently that would be like a good video to react to while I eat? Doyle versus Hunter Avalon? That wouldn't be bad, actually. Let's go to Hunter's channel. Oh boy, IRL debate.
And
okay, oh boy, Uncensored America. Dude, these people are such pussies. Like, I love how they have to name their event. Like there's some, they're getting together, like the rebellion under like the authoritarian empire that won't allow them to exist. And it's like the gayest, larpiest shit ever. And I don't mean gay as an insult, by the way. I literally mean gay as in homosexual. All of these people are gay. And they just cannot admit it to themselves.
you've had a great time enjoying them, but now I get to see them in person. We are going to be debating gender roles. Specifically, should America return to traditional gender roles? And in the affirmative, we will have the Christian conservative, who's the host of Heck Off Commie on YouTube. And in the negative, we will have a left-wing YouTuber who you may remember from a few years ago was actually a Republican hardcore conservative that is now a left-wing YouTuber. So, would everybody please welcome John Doyle, Hunter Avalon.
Lil Hunter has me blocked on Twitter week. I'm pretty sure he probably blocked you for defending Shu. Because Shu on Head did a pretty bonehead move. Actually, no, I'll just straight up call it a pretty shitty move. Like, objectively shitty move. And, kind of... If I remember correctly, the wording of the tweets just kind of made it seem like... or she might have outright said that Hunter Avalon wanted to destigmatize pedophiles. And pedophilia. Which is, of course, not what he believed in or what he said, so that could have been it. He blocked me way before? Okay. I know that he blocked a few people during that, yeah. That was pretty... this is a pretty bad move on her part there. I like how awkward it is when you do live events like this. I did one too, and it is very awkward. Let's see it, Hunter.
Now, before we start, I just want to quick the debate rules for both you guys. We will be answering the question tonight, should America return to traditional gender roles? You'll each have 10 minutes to give an open statement, but you guys agree that...
I love how loaded the question is, too. You know it's a conservative conference, and conservatives wrote the questions, when the question itself is so loaded.
That he would do a 15 one, and you would do a 5-minute closing statement. at the end. So we will have 2 segments and a crossfire in between. The first segment, each debater will get 5 minutes each, and then another round 5 minutes each. And then we'll go to the crossfire. Then we'll have a second segment where we'll have 5 minutes each again, another 5 minutes each to respond. And then we'll have 10 minutes of closing statements per debater. There'll be a 20-minute Q&A at the end. All questions are welcome, and anything's up for grabs. We will start a line right here, and then that'll be everything. There are no prepared notes, but you can prepare your openings, and you do have notepads that you can write anything you want on. So, without further ado, John, let's kick things off.
Good evening. Can you hear me? We are testing the audio. Is that a yes? Very good. Well, good evening. I would like to thank everybody for coming out this evening.
Oh, wow.
Even those who came out in the protest to protest against Hunter and myself.
Beta voice can't even be picked up by the audio.
The 2 cis white men, these are the real revolutionaries, right? It gets a little bit cold out, and all of a sudden fighting the fascists isn't so appealing. But these are the people who would have held Stalingrad, right?
Look how one thing I will say is there's a reason why John Doyle has like recently become like the more successful Nick Fuentes. A lot of lefties don't know this, but John Doyle's gotten really big recently, and he is a neo-Nazi, just like Nick Fuentes, but he is slightly less retarded than Nick Fuentes. And yep, I'm using my 1R slur for the stream right now. Insofar as he knows how to keep the mask on way better than Nick Fuentes does. Way better than Nick Fuentes does. Way better. Nick is way funnier, though. Nick is funnier to laugh at. People laugh at Nick Fuentes nowadays, not with him. Most people are laughing at Nick now. Even on the right.
No, but Hunter and I, we had a real sort of Venom and Sandman moment behind the stage. I was like, look, you want to kill the SJWs. I want to kill the SJWs.
You can see, like, how hardcore, because he's a demagogue, you can see how hardcore he's playing to the audience, too. That's how you can tell a dishonest actor. Pretty obvious. If all they're interested in right from the get-go is simping to the audience, getting the audience to start dick riding.
Together, they don't stand a chance. Interesting. Okay, look, it's uncensored America, right? If you don't have like a playful death threat here and there, is it really free speech? Probably not. But anyways, this is the most professionally organized event that I've ever done, and I know that Hunter said the same as well backstage. So thank you to Uncensored America for putting this on. Thank you, of course, to the security for putting this on. Can we get a round of applause for them for doing such a fantastic job? So, the topic that we will be debating this evening is, of course, whether America should return to traditional gender roles. I believe that we absolutely should, and my opponent this evening disagrees.
No way.
So for the sake of intelligent discussion, I would hope that we can avoid the sort of sophomoric characterizations of these traditional gender roles as oppressive and evil, because they aren't. They're quite the opposite, actually. Contrary to the popular narratives, when America retained these roles, women were still working, they were involved in their communities, they enjoyed different hobbies and projects, they owned businesses, etc. But ultimately, both men and women understood that their ultimate purpose was to raise boys.
Oh, cool. He's just going to lie. This is literally all just going to be him trying to appeal to the audience by saying, no. I don't think that women should be not allowed to do this or that. I just think we should encourage this or that. John Doyle has gone on record saying that he wants his moral values to be legally enforced in society. So he's just going to be mask on as fuck here, I guess.
Boys to be good men, good husbands, and good fathers, and to raise girls to be good women, good wives, and good mothers. Those who tend to sympathize with the views expressed by my opponent tend to regard those roles as not only harmful, but as socially constructed. Therefore, I believe that the crux of this debate this evening will be a difference of worldview, nature versus nurture, genetics versus environment, what our role is here on Earth, etc. With traditional gender roles, gender stereotypes, I would simply recall the Supreme Court precedents on pornography. You know it when you see it. We're all familiar with these. The question is, where do they come from?
Wait. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember being a kid and watching an episode of Law & Order SVU And isn't that term used to refer to how the US government decides what is and isn't child sexual assault material? You know it when you see it as like the standard that they have among the police force and whatnot. That's where I heard that term for the first time in regards to anything involving quote-unquote pornography. So I don't know if that was a little mask off moment from John Doyle or what.
From those who tend to sympathize with my opponent would believe that things like race, like nationality,
Listen, chat, they just call it porn.
childhood, madness, age, intelligence, beauty, that these things are all social constructs, gender roles included, that they only exist because for whatever reason we, typically white men, have decided that they should. This is of course not the case. Men and women are fundamentally different, their behavior is different, their temperament is different. And this is much more related to their biology than to their environment. Behavior is biological. Think about what gender role even means. Gender as a word containing the prefix gen, like Genesis, generation.
Okay. Nope, this is already getting too stupid for me. Can't do it anymore. Nope. He's already, like, when we're breaking down, like, it literally starts with gen, like Genesis, or we're like, okay, you're literally just trying to get the audience to start dick riding you. I can't watch that. It's just too cringy. I'm sorry. Like, that is possibly the most pathetic attempt to please a crowd I've ever seen in my life. Please, Zan, it's only been 5 minutes. I already want to die. I don't have the power. I'm weaker than any of you who are able to watch more. I'm genuinely weaker. I'm a weak man. I'm a weak man. We watched Hunter's entire debate with, with Sneeko just recently, okay? And I got more stuff to cover, okay? We're not done. I know, chat. I'm just not strong enough. I'm sorry. Anyway. Cherry T21, holy fuck. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. God damn. Oh my god. I'm sure that Laurel Minerva, Draco System, Dark Sis X, Flawda Socialist, Viator, Oli Arson, Luke Breadstrom, Dank Catlord, Fabsta, and Gold Teeth Keith all really appreciate that. Holy hell, thank you so much. How much is that? 5, 10, 15, yeah, it'd be 25. Thank you. No, it'd be 50, right? Yeah. Yeah, it'd be 50. I'm bad at math. I'm a little high, okay? A little high. I'm a little stoned. I'm a little stoned. I'm a little sauced. Sent me a link. How you feel about this Ted Cruz and Mr. Beast doing poker? Oh no. Did you guys know that Mr. Beast just surpassed PewDiePie as the most subscribed YouTuber? He's playing poker with Ted Cruz. Mr. Beast is also like a massive Elon Musk simp tech bro, now multi-millionaire from like South Carolina, I think. So I honestly would not be surprised if we see a future in which the right claims Mr. Beast, much like they did with PewDiePie. And yeah, he's a massive Elon simp. Gross be better. Yeah, do you think that how many people do you think that are Mr. Beast fans, if they knew what Mr. Beast about like this stuff, like his simping for Elon and like his iffy positions on politics, what I can tell, like how they would feel? Like, he does good stuff, so I feel bad if like this results in him getting canceled or whatever, but like I'm just really worried that the right's gonna do some like, oh, we claim him, and then the left's gonna be like, yo, Mr. Beast, what are you gonna do about this? And Mr. Beast is gonna be like, I'm getting canceled. I have nobody who supports me now but the right, so I can only really support them. And it's gonna be like one of those situations. I really worry about that. Let's hope that's not me predicting the future. Reminder, just today, Mr. Beast surpassed PewDiePie as the #1 most subscribed YouTuber. Just today, he surpassed PewDiePie. Mr. Beast became the #1 YouTuber in the world Just today. Yep. Mr. Beast passed PewDiePie today. He is now the king, as far as sub count goes. Go look it up. Look it up right now. It's true. What the fuck does Mr. Beast even do? Really elaborate and Zoomer-friendly videos with a lot of like fast-paced stuff that involves a lot of money. It'll be like, stay in this... The one that I watched today, I watched a Mr. Beast video earlier today, and it was, if you stay inside this circle for 100 days and win $500,000. And they take this guy, and he lives in this like house they dropped inside of a giant circle in the middle of a field, and he has to live in it with a ration of food and everything and clothes for 100 days, and if he doesn't leave, he gets $500K at the end. And he did win it, so that was cool. So it's like very ADHD friendly, like constant loud noises, constant like tonal shifts and like things going on, cuts every few seconds, like very much like Zoomer friendly content. It's entertaining, but you can tell like if you're older, you'll start to feel like a little bit like, I'm definitely getting older. This is definitely not meant to. This humor's not meant for me. I can tell. You know, I'm getting there. At the same time, though, it's really hard to criticize Mr. Beast because he's overwhelmingly liked as far as YouTubers go, and he has a like, I don't know if he's done this purposefully or if he actually cares, but like regardless, Mr. Beast philanthropy. Any criticism of Mr. Beast can very easily be responded with like shit like this, like, oh, look at this, I did 10,000 random acts of kindness for World Kindness Day, giving school supplies to the poorest schools in America. We built houses for homeless families. We gave $3 million of aid to Ukrainian refugees. That's pretty based. We built wells in Africa. Like, he does a lot of really good shit with his money, and this is all real. Like, he's trust me, if he was faking this shit, he would have been outed for it a long time ago. Okay. This is his philanthropy channel. This is like one of his like 15 other channels with 10.5 million subs. Where's his main channel? Yep, there it is. 111 million subscribers. This is the one I watched earlier today. The Survive 100 Days in a Circle, win 500K. His videos are entertaining. I like them, but God am I terrified to find out that he's got some chuddy like beliefs and for the right to try to claim him. Subscribe to win my diamond play button. 21 days left. Oh my god, imagine having a diamond play button. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I think about Mr. Beast politically. It's hard to say. Yeah, I bet that, like, Mr. Beast, if I asked him what his politics were and his guard was down, you know what that motherfucker would say? I'm socially liberal and, like, fiscally conservative. That's what he'd say. That's what he'd say, and everybody's eyes would roll to the back of their head. Hey, Retro Critic, thanks for the raid, homie. Zoondoggle, Zoondoggle, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thanks for the 5 buccarinos. Says, what are you going to do now that vapes are illegal? Vapes are illegal? Is it? I didn't hear about that. I don't think that's true. California bans flavored tobacco products, including vapes. Wait, no shot. Y'all gotta donate more. Y'all gotta donate. You gotta get me out of here. You guys gotta get me out of here. You guys gotta get me out of here. I cannot fucking stream. If I have to go through nicotine withdrawals, I'll have to start smoking cigarettes. Fuck. Either I have to move or I gotta start smoking cigarettes. When are they taken off the shelves? I'm gonna have to start smoking cigarettes because of this. Fuck. If I don't move. This is bad. Yeah, this is because of cigarette tobacco company lobbying. This is exactly what the cigarette companies wanted, because now everybody addicted to vapes or who was using vapes to get off of smoking has to go back to smoking now. and smoking cigarettes. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. I'm going to have to until I get to Seattle now. Oh, I'm going to take years off my life. Oh, thanks, California. Thank you. I'm going to die decades earlier now because of you. Thank you. Thank you, state of California. As you can see, there is good reason why you might not want to live in a blue state. Jesus Christ. It's still very much legal in Washington. They're more on the, like, decriminalize all drugs kind of thing in Washington. California is very much like a liberal, Democrat, virtue signally shit state. It's menthol only. I only vape menthol flavor. That's the only flavor I can vape. Every other flavor makes me vomit. Like I literally like involuntarily start retching until I vomit. If I try any other flavor than plain up menthol. Yeah, if I go to the vape store and I literally can't get vapes, like next time I go, I don't know what I'm gonna do because I don't know if I'd be able to handle cigarettes, like my lungs, like if I'd be able to handle it. So yeah. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad news. Nah, the withdrawals will be bad. I've gone one day without vapes, and I literally, like, can't breathe. It feels like there's like, belts around my chest, tightening and tightening, and it's like I can't take full breaths, and so I'm just out of breath constantly, and, like, oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's... I'm, like, breaking out in a cold sweat right now. Like, my mind's racing to try to figure out how the fuck I'm going to get out of this state as fast as I possibly can. Because the longer I stay, the more cigarettes I'm going to have to smoke. Stock up? What? They could already be off the shelves. It could already be too late. It could already be too late. I'm going to have to read more after stream and find out. I'm going to stock up on, like, as many as I can afford if I've got a little while. And, like, see if I can just really stock up on a ridiculous amount of, yeah. You can't order nicotine products, I don't think. Not to California. Time to quit. Not here, not now. I can't believe Lonnie got Xan addicted. Yeah, I wouldn't say that Lonnie got me addicted, but she was the reason that I started vaping, pretty much. Yeah, she vaped and she handed me her vape and I tried it and then I kept trying it and she was just fine with it. I wouldn't say she got me addicted. She just kind of allowed it to happen passively. Yeah. Oh, god damn. Can we just start shipping vape stuff out to you? Cigarettes bad. Also, it's Ali, not Oli. Oh, thank you, Ali Arson. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. No, I don't think you guys would be able to ship me vapes. I'm pretty certain that's also illegal. I would rather not go to jail. V-Raptor, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Punk Corpse. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Xanderhall, non-disposable vapes. Oh, but I love disposable vapes. They're my ideal. No, I'm just gonna have to get the fuck out of the state. That's really the only option. If they're banned, then they'll be illegal to own, right? Maybe they'll just be banned as far as selling. Oh, I hate it. I really hate it. God, I hate liberals. I hate liberals so fucking much. Oh, I hate liberals. 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 Okay, I'm better now. I say this as technically a liberal. I hate liberals because when I say liberal, you should know exactly what type of liberal I'm talking about here, okay? The type that votes to ban fucking nicotine vapes, but votes to decriminalize marijuana, okay? Shut the fuck up. Criminalization and making these things illegal is not the solution. You're making addicts suffer and go through more dangerous and illegal means in order to obtain the thing they're addicted to for a thing, and you're benefiting a more dangerous and harmful industry, which is the cigarette industry. Because guess what? If I can't get my vapes, I'm gonna have to pick up a carton of menthol cigarettes. That's all, like, and those do a lot of damage to your body, like a lot of damage, and the data is there, but like, I'll have to. Like, I'm addicted to cigarettes, or addicted to nicotine, so that's, stock up, go right now. I'm gonna do it after stream. Thank you for telling me, though. I really appreciate you for donating and telling me. Fuck. God. On the ballot, it made it sound like it was just banning flavored vapes. On the ballot, I guaranteed that they made it sound like they were just like, these flavored vapes are being smoked by kids. Let's make it harder for them to get their hands on them. And they ended up banning them for, like, you have to be 21 in this state to buy them. So, like, they're just taking the ability for 21-year-olds and older to buy a safer alternative than smoking. Anyway, Cherry T21, thank you for the additional 10 Tier 1 gifted subs. Holy fuck, I'm going to have to use that for buying vapes to stock up. I'm a vapor in Washington. Yeah, dude, come on up. It's prettier here, too. Yeah, bro, even once I move to Washington, I'm going to have to buy, like, a cardboard box full of my vapes, my favorite flavor vapes, so I never run out. Because, like, the Democrats are unironically one of the things the Democrats are very much prone to is siding with the tobacco lobby. Okay? Democrats are typically, like, less corrupt than Republicans are, but they absolutely are corrupt. They're American politicians. Let's not pretend that just because Democrats aren't literal demons that want to kill you, that they aren't also corrupt pieces of shit. They are corrupt pieces of shit. They're just not demons who want you dead like the Republicans are. It's a very important thing I need to remind you all. I vote blue no matter who and all of that, but remember, the Democrats are only good and the better option because the Republicans are demons that want you dead. Okay? That said, the Democrats are absolutely fucking stupid and absolutely will take money from tobacco, specifically tobacco companies for that make cigarettes, and ban vapes, which are the biggest competing market to them in these states because it is beneficial for the cigarette industry. Vapes are the biggest threat to the cigarette industry in a very long time. A lot of the anti-vaping, a lot like the anti-vaping movement ads you see online are paid for by cigarette tobacco companies because they want to convince people to ban vaping so that people who vape have to buy cigarettes and become cigarette smokers. I'm pretty sure Truth is backed by Big Tobacco, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones that got outed as being backed by cigarette places. Although, no, I think they did some anti-cigarette stuff, so maybe not. I think that's not... I don't think the Truth one... Is the Truth the one that does the really cringe ads? I think that one is... I think that one is fine. But, there's one that was really big that does, those anti-vaping ads that ended up being funded by tobacco companies. So, yeah. Keep an eye out for that shit. It's nefarious. Very good borp. Very good borp. Okay. What's next? Let's talk about this. This is a good topic. Let me bring up the music. Okay. All right. Oh, it's not to be time? Not yet. No, we still got more politics to do. All right, guys. Y'all know what to do. Oh, wait, I gotta finish reading donos. I almost forgot. I gotta finish reading the donos. Oh, Lord. Okay. Cherry T21, as I said before, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Said, The thread is mostly saying Mr. Beast is bad because he's rich and exploits people for videos, but if you say he's not, and this is a charity event he didn't set up. Oh, like the poker thing? Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I've never seen anything that definitively suggests that Mr. Beast is, like, right-wing. It's just there's a lot of things that make me go, but there's definitely a chance he is very progressive and just keeps his progressive views close to the chest. And there's just been some unfortunate things that kind of look like signs he could be a reactionary, maybe kind of around, you know? And chances are, as I said, he's probably not very political, and he'd probably say he's, like, socially liberal, fiscally conservative or something. Like the go-to, I know nothing about politics, but this sounds right response. Like the kind of response you'd get from your average high schooler. I'm waiting for the, what's it called? The poll to go away, so I can read the rest of the donos. Yeah, it seems like most people agree he's probably just kind of apolitical. Some people think he's conservative, but he's probably pretty apolitical. I'd agree with that. As apolitical as you can be while being a millionaire. Thank you, Cherry T21. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I really appreciate your support. You have been very supportive today, like overwhelmingly. You are fucking awesome. You are a juicer. And One Piece 34, thank you for the additional $5. Very based in Pog said, Zan, I got a bop song from the new Sonic Frontier game. Play it till 1 minute. Okay. This is absurd. If you just showed me this, if you just played this song for me on the radio and said this is from a Sonic game, I'd call you a fucking liar. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. This is a little bit too much for me, guys. I'm not gonna lie. If anything, it's making me motion sick. Okay. If anybody thought it bops, though, One Piece, put the link in chat so that they can see it. Thank you for the $5, One Piece. I really appreciate it. You're very kind. And Zoondoggle, did I already count this one? Oh yeah, I did. Thank you for letting me know about that, Zoondoggle. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's definitely upsetting. That is very upsetting. Biden's already, like, kind of teetered on doing the same federally as well. That's a very scary thing. We could see federal banning of vapes in the near future. The tobacco lobby is very powerful in America, and they badly want vapes banned. And I don't think that, like, the vape companies are strong enough to beat the cigarette companies. I think they're probably going to win the federal battle, and I think vapes are going to be banned pretty soon. When I get to Seattle, I'm going to be starting the weaning off process. I want to quit, and I do plan to quit because it's just not something I want to do forever, except for obviously weed vapes. I mean, I like weed, and getting high with a nice concentrate vape is the best way to consume weed. But nicotine in particular is something I'd like to quit. But it's not something I'd want to go cold turkey on. Just one, like, oh, it's legal now. Fuck you. Maybe I could do that, though. Wait, if I was so dysfunctional from withdrawals that I couldn't stream, what if I just did daily, here's how much it fucking sucks going through the vape ban, like, vlogs. And it's basically just me, sweaty as fuck, laying in bed, bloodshot eyes, taking shallow, raspy breaths, like... It's now been about 4 days since last I had a vape. I'm just shaking now, and I can't sleep, but I can't stay awake, and I'm passing out intermittently. I don't know. Like, nicotine withdrawals hit my family in particular really bad. When my mom quit smoking, she was literally bedridden for 2 weeks. So, it's gonna suck for me bad. It's gonna suck bad for me. Seriously, vaping doesn't cause anywhere near as much harm to people like secondhand smoke does from cigarettes. Oh, that's another big part of it as well. Vaping, even if it is equally as harmful or even more harmful to your health as smoking, we already know from the way that vaping works that it is literally, there's next to no danger when it in regards to secondhand vape, right? The like smoke, when smoking, literally thickens the air of the room for a while. Like, you can walk into a room and the smoke is invisible. You can't see it, but you smell it. It's still there. It's going into your ears. It's going into your lungs and into your mouth. That is absolutely happening. And it's a big problem. But, fuck, what was I gonna say? Vaping, typically... The vape kind of disperse, unless you're like really high PG content, I think it is, and you're, or VG, I forget which one it is, and you're blowing like thick clouds and you're just doing it over and over again, just really hotboxing a small room, then you can really get like that going. But if you're like outside or even in a large room or a building, just taking the occasional hit, like, look how fast it's dissipated. It literally just dissolves into the atmosphere instantly. Like, if somebody was sitting on the bed, like if there was a kid behind me on the bed, there'd be no risk of them getting any secondhand nicotine anything. And yet when I was a kid and my mom would smoke in the back, like in the front of the car, and I'd be in the back, I'd have to like choke and cough at the cigarette smoke getting pushed back by the wind from out the window coming in, pushing the cigarette smoke in my face, even just a little bit. And I'd just be like, oh, it smells bad, or like, this is objectively bad. This is objectively bad. Any of you who at first were like base to the vapes getting banned thing, because I saw some of you, hopefully I've convinced you. This vape ban thing is objectively bad. And as a leftist, you should be opposed to it. So also, since when are leftists in favor of criminalizing substances? Yeah, vaping is what my mom's doing to stay off of cigarettes, too. I'm going to break this news to her, and she's going to be pretty fucking pissed. She's going to want to move to Seattle even fucking as sooner than I do. Yeah, Christ. One thing that I've thought about doing when I do quit vaping is getting a flavorless or a nicotine-free vape. Yes, I did talk about Poland, and I will talk about any ongoing updates. Getting a nicotine-free vape when I'm like weaning myself off, so that I can still have like the satisfied like habit of like. Sometimes I literally just do this, not because I'm craving nicotine, but because it's just a habit, and I need something to do with my hand, you know. Like, you start to, like, miss the sensation of just hitting the vape, you know? Yeah. Alright. Let's get into it. Alright. Y'all know to do an I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright guys, I don't think it's really a secret since I constantly mention it, that I did a pretty good job of predicting where politics online and in the real world was headed for the last couple years. For those who don't know, about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I put out a video that ended up getting me a lot of hate. It was called Why BreadTube is Dying and the Next Anti-SJW Wave is Rising. Now, this wasn't a video where I was celebrating this fact. It was simply a video where I was explaining, I think this is going to happen, here's why, and I have evidence to prove it, and this is why it's bad, and here's how we can try to stop it. I got a lot of hate on that video. So much hate, in fact, that a YouTuber much larger than me, by the name of Noah Samson, made a hit piece video on me, in which the main bulk of said hit piece was about that video. In fact, he sent his fans to brigade my channel, and specifically that video, to leave, like, Squid Gang as, like, a comment on there. Is like, technically it's not a hate comment, but, you know, the point is obvious, you know. I sent my fans to go mass comment on your video, and it's a negative video they came from, like, what, you get the message, right? And I still get those comments. He has not taken down that video, and I still get those comments on said video. So yeah, there's a reason why I still think that, Squid Gang, not Squid Game. There's a reason why I still think that, Noah Samson is a piece of shit. That video is still being up, of course. Regardless, though, what I will say is that I think it's time for another prediction, alright? I think it's time for another prediction. What do you guys think? Yeah, you guys think it's time for me to do another little predictorino? Here's the thing. How did I last time, you know, kind of see what was coming? And for those... Okay, wait, hold on. I should probably explain what I predicted. I've been saying for quite a few years now that we're going to see the trans rights debate become the most forefront of political issues that everybody is talking about within the next couple years, and is going to be one of the defining civil rights movements of our generation. I've been saying that since 2019. The reason why I started saying that is because internet political figures were talking about it. Do not let people tell you that the internet has no effect on real-world politics. Right now, the internet is dictating real-world politics. Anything that you see right-wing figures talking about right now online, in a couple months or a couple weeks, you're going to see right-wing politicians talking about it. A lot of YouTubers and political pundits online almost seem like they're afraid to admit the reality that the internet is now dictating politics, because they're afraid people will say, you think that your little internet YouTube videos are having such an effect? No, my little internet YouTube videos are not having a big effect. Other internet YouTube videos are having a massive effect on the state of politics in the world. But first, they're affecting internet culture, and internet culture immediately bleeds out into the real world and becomes very dominant. So today, I want to talk about why I believe the right, at least here in America, is doomed to fail. Now, I'm not saying that the right is going to cease to exist or no longer be a threat. My point is that the right I believe the right is always going to have very short and small wins when they do achieve them. And more often than not, when they do get close to winning, they're still going to fail in the end. Allow me to explain. There was a time before this when we saw a very similar age of conservative demagogue and conservative cultural dominance online and in real life. And that was the Gamergate era. For those of you guys who weren't around for it or just don't remember, this was a time when, like, you had Trump on TV calling people triggered, and South Park making videos about how PC culture has gone too far, and the SJWs are crazy. Like things that had 2 years before just been internet, like, Gamergate topics, had now become the discussion politically, right? it happened to many people seemingly overnight, right? And it seemed like the domination of the right at the time. If you were a progressive, I know for a fact, if you were a progressive at the time, watching where society was headed and where the internet was headed culturally at that time, watching as it got more right-wing, more reactionary, more conservative during the Gamergate era, like 2014 to 2016, you probably thought it was hopeless. Like, how on earth are we to combat this cultural domination? Now, in the end, you may know, Trump ended up losing the next election. That massive cultural dominance that he had gained, along with the rest of the right during, that era, died out. It all ended up just being fluff and bluster. And the same thing is happening now, in my opinion. The same exact thing. Now, what ended up being the undoing of the right back during the Gamergate era was they succeeded, if I'm being honest. I think the right is doomed the second they start to win. You see, how much of conservative propaganda that you've seen relies on the idea that the right is being censored or attacked for their opinions? Half of their justification for their worldviews is that they're being censored and oppressed, and so that must mean they're saying something true, because why would they be censored, quote-unquote, for saying it if it wasn't true? That is their logic 50% of the time. Hypers in chat if you agree. I swear, I've watched a lot of conservative propaganda, and at the end of the day, like, half of their arguments boil down to, look, if the left is trying to say what we're saying is wrong and repress us and censor us, then we must be onto something, right? Like, you guys have seen this, right? Like, I'm not delusional here. They will, of course, also vaguely gesture to the idea that they're being censored and, cut down and not allowed to be given a platform, losing their platforms, even though the vast majority of their most popular figures are not actively being censored in any real capacity. Like, genuinely, like, Alex Jones is, like, the only one, really. Like, there are dozens of people larger than Alex Jones that are doing worse than him right now, like Matt Walsh. And they're fine. They're not even banned from YouTube or Twitter. Like, it is literally just they take a few selective instances where the worst of the worst conservatives have been banned, whitewash that person, and then claim the victim. At the end of the day, so much of right-wing propaganda is dependent on the right looking like the victim. Now, they will always claim to be the victim, but they will not always look like the victim. When they are, quote-unquote, not in power, they look like the victim. When they are in power, and you see the results of what happens when they are in power, they don't really look much like victims anymore. They look more like victimizers. There's something I need to explain to all of you. There is a very large group of people that I think the online left is very afraid to acknowledge exists, particularly online, and that is simply... Here, imagine this, alright? Paint stream. Imagine you got this. You got, like, a few groups. Here you've got group 1, right? Here you've got group 2. This is the internet, by the way. This is like this is representing the internet, okay? This whole circle represents the World Wide Web, okay? The nice little... Here, can I do the little E? Little internet E? Yeah, that's the Internet Explorer E. You guys get it. E. This is group 1, this is group 2, and this is group 3, alright? I'm gonna color code these groups. I'm gonna let you guys guess which side is which. I think you can probably guess what these labels are. This is my very crude depiction of what I think internet, politically, where the internet leans right now. I think there's a pretty sizable amount of left-wing progressive people that are very much ideologically dedicated to their progressive beliefs and willing to fight for them. I think there are a lot more people, not a lot more, but a fair amount more people online who are just as dedicated, if not more, but on the right. These are like your neo-Nazis, your fascists, your 4chan, like these are your QAnoners and whatnot. This is like your leftists, your bread tubers, your liberals and whatnot. And in the middle, we have the group that I really feel like the left is so bad at reaching, and I don't know how we reach them. And I honestly want to hear some suggestions from you guys in chat, because the right has always been really good at reaching them, but, and this is what will keep you from doomering, their support is very much temporary. This group are the people who just don't care. Listen, guys, I hate to say it, but there are a lot of people on the internet that just don't fucking care. There are a lot of people on the internet that when it comes to politics, they really, really don't care. Now, I'm not saying they don't care as in they don't care. I mean, they don't care so much that they will fight for their right to continue to not care. They're very disaffected, politically uninterested, and when they go onto the internet, they're looking for escapism, entertainment, and just, they are not interested in politics. It is far from the last thing, like beyond the last thing on their mind when they get on the internet. They literally fight to get away from politics when it is discussed, okay? These people are anti-politics, all right? They really just do not give a fuck. And this is the problem. The right and the left rely... This is the majority of people, by the way. I know you hate to realize it, but this is the majority of people. The majority of people genuinely mostly don't care and are just trying to live their lives and trying to do their own thing, achieve their own goals, and have what they want in their lives. And they just care about themselves, their family, and their friends, and that's it. They don't really care about being activists who make the world a better place in their worldview. Like, a lot of people just are not... They don't care about being an activist or somebody who goes out trying to improve the world. And whether you like it or not, a lot of conservatives on this side of things think that they're going out and trying to improve the world. So, the left and the right have this conundrum online and in real life, just socially, where we both have to pull people for our supporter base from the just don't care sort of group, the much bigger group, into the caring about it and being on our side group, from whichever side you're from, right? Now, the left is notoriously bad at this, okay? Does anybody here disagree with me? Does anybody here object to my statement that the left is notoriously bad at getting disaffected people to care about what the left cares about? No one? Good. The left is notoriously preachy when it comes to trying to get people to care about things. They'll say things such as, it's not my job to educate you. Do your own research. You're either with us or against us. Either get with us or get out of the way. Very condescending, snarky remarks that put you down for your ignorance or your lack of dedication to these ideas, and yet most of these people who will say things like that are very loud and obnoxious and very unwilling to explain why their positions are correct. Yes, very much like the FD signifier type beat. Yeah, like basically your woke scolds, your like video essayists who just hate debate bros and complain about them all day. Like these types of people, they are very, very bad at appealing to the just don't care crowd. However, there are people who are good at appealing to the just don't care crowd. A few examples of these people are Lindsay Ellis, who... But Lindsay Ellis kinda got completely bullied off of the internet and no longer makes content anymore because the woke scolds. The left didn't come out to defend her hard enough against the woke scolds. Ooh, and she's gone now. We lost one of our biggest advocates online. Ooh, yeah, ooh, kind of warned about that for years. Ah, who could have seen that coming? As I said, the left is notoriously bad when it comes to optics and you know, what's best for the party. Or the movement. Lindsay Ellis was really good. But another person who's really good at it is H Bomber Guy. H Bomber Guy has done numerous videos that are like, here's me talking about a movie franchise or a game franchise or whatever, and then the next video is, here's me debunking Ben Shapiro. I don't know if you guys are aware, but H Bomber Guy did not blow up on his lefty commentary. His lefty commentary blew up because of his commentary on other things. That's just how it works. Those on the left that are very rarely able to master the way that we are able to pull people who are apathetic and don't really want to... You can't pull these people in by saying they need to care. You pull these people in by hooking them with something they're already interested in, and making them realize that caring about politics and making the world a better place improves and helps and saves the things they care about already. That is what people like H Bomber Guy and Lindsay Ellis did with their media reviews and whatnot. Here is what the right is really fucking good at doing. Everything above. The right has two tactics. They have two very useful tactics they use to pull people in, okay? And they pull a lot more people from this group than the left does, or could ever dream to, at the rate that things are going now. The right, on one hand, will make videos that simply accuse the left of demonizing these people. Right? How many of you have seen a conservative propaganda video that's meant to give these guys the impression the left wants to go after them, and the only way to protect themselves is to support these guys, the right? Very common. They'll just straight up fucking lie. So the right will take advantage of the fact that the I just don't care people don't care and don't want to be pulled into having to care about making the world a better place, and leverage that to say the left wants to force you to care and will demonize you and call you a bad person and a racist if you don't. Not helped by the fact that a very loud minority of people on the left will actually do this. And they will use that, which will almost reflexively cause people in the just don't care category to either join the right, or at the very least be primed, sort of, to just kind of be, you know, just a little bit primed to join the right, you know what I mean? And we'll say that maybe a fair amount of people on this side are primed to also join the left as well. And plenty of the apathetic just don't care people are definitely care to some degree and don't want to see, like, trans people lose rights and gay people not be able to get married and, you know, all that stuff, right? I'm plenty of the people in this area are not bigots. Regardless, though, the right counts on the idea that these people feel like everything's fine right now, politically, broadly, and that their contributions will not matter or make a difference, or that they just don't want to get involved. There's a lot of reasons why these people may be apathetic and may be very apprehensive to politics. The right will also use that exact same tactic the left is really bad at using. They will make videos and other types of media and content about things that people care about and slide political propaganda and political talking points into it, right? How many times have you clicked on a video that you thought would be an apolitical video about a game or a movie or a show that, like, a quarter of the way, a third of the way, halfway through, you start hearing about how the SJWs ruined this franchise or something? Like, nothing about the video's thumbnail, title, or anything would hint to you that this is a conservative propaganda video. You click it, it starts out fine, then the chud talking points fall in. You click on their YouTube channel, and it goes like, every other video is like a completely apolitical, like, pop culture video that pulls in millions of views, and then every other video is, here's how the SJWs want to hurt you and you need to be part of the right, vote Trump. You know, like, hypers in chat if you have seen this, at least once. I feel like I've seen it hundreds of times in my career. Alright, so is this all making sense so far, chat? Is my explanation making sense so far? Do you guys, are you guys following right now? Yeah, you guys are? Okay, good, good. Just making sure. I want to make sure nobody is left behind here, okay? No child left behind. So, here is why I think the right is doomed to fail. Because what happens when the right is able to pull enough of these people, the I don't care people, over to their side, at least tangentially to their side, enough to get them to support the right and get them into positions of power? Well, the problem is, the right, for them to have succeeded, requires other people's freedoms to be taken away. You see, the thing about most conservatives, particularly nowadays, like when we talk about conservatives on the internet, is they are not fighting for a better world and they have different means to achieve it. They are fighting for a worse world, and that is objectively the truth. Innocent people will suffer if they succeed. They are blatantly anti-science, and for some reason we still act like they deserve to have the right to exist as a political movement. Conservatives do not have, like, in an ideal world, conservatives would not have the right to exist. Like, the political positions of the right are inherently bad. Like, it is essentially based around regressing society to a worse point for everybody who isn't part of a very select group of people demographically, racially, gender, and sexuality-wise, right? Like, that is the core of conservatism. They want to take everything back to when things were worse for everybody but the straight, heterosexual white guys, right? Who are very wealthy, right? So, when the right actually starts getting into power, they start doing things like fighting against the weed. They start striking down movements to cancel student debt. They start opting to try to get rid of federal legalization of gay marriage. They strike down Roe v. Wade and take away women's rights to bodily autonomy. They take away the right for people to get access to gender transitioning medical assistance. They will openly and proudly, very, very proudly, take away and infringe upon the rights of others after, for a very long time, virtue signaling about how it is truly the left that wants to take away the rights of others, particularly this group. So what happens in the end when these people who've been suckered into joining the right realize they've been lied to, when they've become invested in politics on the right, but they realize they've been lied to? They don't go back to not caring about politics. At least most of them don't. I didn't. This is what happened to me, by the way, chat. I didn't go back to not caring about politics. I was in. Politics became a passion of mine. No. I found myself looking at the left. I found myself looking at the left. Because when the right actually started to win, when Trump actually got elected and started winning and doing things, and the right actually started achieving their goals, very quickly the realization hit that, oh, when the right was in a relative position of not power and the left was dominant, and they were able to claim to be the victims, and they were able to say things would be better under them, and we wouldn't be attacked under them, they were lying. And once they were proven to have been lying, now I want to see if anybody has called out these lies. Where did that lead? It led to left-wing video content. And that's where it's going to lead to a lot of people. This video is entirely a bloomer video, okay? We are not doomering, we are bloomering. I correctly predicted another massive rise in conservative reactionary rhetoric online and in real life. A while ago, I predicted this was coming, and now I'm explaining my thinking, my reasoning, and the past evidence as to why I believe the right is doomed to once again suffer possibly an even greater fall than before. Now here's the fun part. Here's where I make my less general prediction. To be fair, me saying the right is going to have another cultural fall and this is why is a pretty general prediction. Here's my more specific prediction that I want you guys to hold me to. I think the next age of the right kind of falling is going to start with Elon Musk. Think about it. What better example of this tendency has recently happened than Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter? Think about it. Elon Musk spends a year hyping up his fan base, saying that he's going to bring free speech and user-friendly policies to like the platform, and that under his control it is going to be a fair, equal platform with free speech, and no one's going to be demonized, no one's going to be attacked, no one's going to be deplatformed, and it's going to be so awesome. It's going to be the public square, all of that shit, right? He said that, and he brought a lot of people in with that, and then he actually bought the site and has now implemented his changes. And now, how fast have you seen the sentiment for Elon's change already? Something I also predicted correctly when Elon bought Twitter, that you would very quickly see the sentiment for very quickly we were going to start to see hating Elon become more profitable than dick riding Elon. You're going to see a lot more Elon hate content online than pro Elon content. Yep. Elon Musk's reputation is currently falling, and if it keeps going in this direction, he may fall and bring a large part of the right's current cultural dominance down with him. So basically what happened with Twitter is literally a mini version of this, right? So Elon Musk tells all these people, all these normies that follow him, all these conservatives that follow him, I'm going to bring about an age of free speech, yada, yada, yada. Then he buys the platform, makes it so you have to actually pay $8 for free speech, because if you don't pay $8, then you are shadow banned, essentially, insofar as your content is very unprioritized and everyone has to scroll really far in order to start seeing your posts. So you basically have to pay $8 for actual free speech on Twitter now. So there's that, and a lot of people aren't going to be happy about that, no matter what their political opinions are. Having to pay $8 just to have the normal level of interaction they had on Twitter before, that is a downgrade. Regardless of your political bias and how much cognitive dissonance you have, that's a pretty big downgrade objectively. Then there's Elon Musk's response to the parody accounts and the jokes, the banning, the suspending, and his meltdowns over it. More so than ever, you're seeing people realize, wait a second, he was full of shit when he was talking about building an open marketplace where he encouraged criticism and discussion. It was all a boast. It was all a lie. The second he actually got what he wanted, he turned on us and did the opposite. He's a liar, and a lot of people are realizing it more and more every day. I'm literally seeing more and more hate content and hate posts about Elon every single day. That and let me just tell you, the amount of hate for Elon Musk I've seen lately would be unthinkable 2 years ago. God, can you think back 4 years ago? Could you imagine the amount of hate there is for Elon right now 3 or 4 years ago? I'm telling you guys, it's happening. This is a smaller, sort of insulated example of this tendency, but a lot of Elon Musk fans are people in this area, and Elon Musk appealed to them by saying it is the left, the crazy SJWs at Twitter, who are victimizing you, and I am going to help you. And then he got what he wanted, and oops, turned out he was lying. Who could have predicted that? Anyway, did all that make sense? Hypers in chat if that made sense. Good to see. Good to see. Well, I guess if you watch this entire video all the way to the end, I want you to comment down below. What should I tell people to comment down below? What would be a good thing to comment down below? Surprise Pikachu face. Come. Bloomerism is rising. Yeah, actually, you know what? How about we go full bloomer? Comment down below, we go full bloomer, to let me know you watched all the way to the end. It'll also increase engagement, so it really helps. If you enjoyed this video, whether you're watching live or after the fact, please consider dropping a like. It really helps out my channel a lot and forces YouTube to push it to new people. If you want to see more from me, make sure to hit that subscribe button and hit the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. They won't do it otherwise, guys. You can also follow my social medias, linked down below, so you actually, you know, can see me do other stuff online if you want to see more from me. And if you want to support me financially, so I can afford to escape this hell state that is banning vapes, which is an absolute nightmare. I need to get the fuck out of here and get to Seattle fast. Then you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Man, I'm not excited to have to tell my mom she's gonna have to start smoking cigarettes again. Thanks, Democrats. Thanks, Democrats. See, listen. And the Bernier Busters said that I would not attack the Democrats or criticize them. The Bernier Busters said that I was a Democrat shill that wouldn't criticize them. Who would have thought? They were full of shit, and I fucking hate the Democrats. They're just not literal demons like the Republicans are. Yeah, like, listen. I know I dedicate 95% of my effort to shitting on Republicans, but I really should say, the Democrats fucking suck. There are, like, as far as politicians go, off the top of my head, there are, like, 12 good Democrats. Like, John Fetterman, Bernie Sanders, Rashida Tlaib, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Nina Turner, who's basically an independent. Who else? Who am I missing? I'm literally imagining her in my head, but I'm forgetting her name. She's part of the squad. Chat, help me. She's part of the squad. She's part of the squad. Help me out. Help me out. She's part of the squad. Ilhan Omar. Thank you. Ilhan Omar. Thank you. Yeah, like, I can't really think of much more off the top of my head. There are not very many, like, well-known, at least, Democrat politicians that are, like, good or great, you know? Most of them are just, okay, you know? Their opponent is a demon, so, you know, obviously I'm gonna choose the okay over the, you know, obviously. Not a hard choice. Oh my god. Holy fucking crap. Cherry T 21, thank you so goddamn much. For the 20 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. You are fucking based. Oh my god, what a fucking juicer. Holy shit. Oh my lord. That's $200. That is $200 right there. That is absurd. That is $200. That is $200. And I dislike Sanders. There is actually quite a bit to criticize about Bernie Sanders, and I've thought about making a video on it, but I worry, like, maybe I should wait till I move to Seattle to do that, you know? Before I get into the like extra base territory. There is some pretty valid criticism to make of Bernie Sanders, okay? For one, his voting record. motherfucker does not have good attendance. There have been bills that have been passed or failed that if he had been present to vote would have passed, that would have been fantastic. And he just didn't show up. Like, that's a thing. And it's happened multiple times. That I don't like a lot about Bernie. That's a thing about Bernie. I'll look more into it to see if there's more to those particular instances, but from everything I've seen of it, it looks like those are pretty valid like criticisms of Bernie. Was that there were like, I forget which one it was. I think one of them was the FCC what was it? Like net neutrality vote. I think if Bernie Sanders had actually been there and voted to protect net neutrality, his vote would have been the deciding vote to keep net neutrality and protect it. I think that was one of them. And he just didn't show up, and we lost net neutrality because of Bernie. I'm pretty certain that was what happened, right? Does anyone in chat who remembers that want to correct me? Because I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, I want to be corrected so I can correct and smooth it over immediately. Anyone in chat remember? I don't feel like Googling it. I don't want to accidentally spread misinformation on the internet. I don't want to accidentally go on the internet and tell lies. Who would do something like that? Nope, never heard of that. Okay, maybe it is lefty misinfo. Either way, holy fucking shit. Thank you, Cherry T21. And oh my lord, I'm sure that every one of those people in chat who just got gifted a sub, M House 95, Lilith 600, Mob Hunter 445, Scatolboleje, Big Pubus, The Axolotl, Tristan 6182, Bluestone, Burr Boy, Zach, Just Beeb, Shorten LLC, Banana, Lingy, Melodic Codes, Njord, Mr. Cleanmon55, Teal Josh, Summerstar, and Node444 all really appreciate it. Thank you. Sent a YouTube link, said, okay, final donation before I start budgeting my money because I want to start saving. No problem. You've donated a ridiculous amount. Save money. Always look out for number one. That is you. Never dip into your own finances in a dangerous way to donate to a streamer. Not even me. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Here's a lefty meme. Thank you. Let's check this out.
You try. First get it.
Patrick, that's Frostborn. Didn't you already show me, did somebody else sent me, or maybe it was you, Patrick, that's the Ashbringer. This is going to be a good one. I really liked the one where it was Patrick gets the Ashbringer. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it, Cherry T. Let me update the dono goal really fast. And also check in Streamlabs if anyone's donated. No one's donated to Streamlabs. Good, just checking. God damn, that puts us at $414. Guess I'll up the dono goal to 500. Let's see if we can hit it. All right, lefty meme time.
Now you try. First get a jar. Patrick, that's the Frostborn.
Yes.
Everybody knows it. This is so fucking good. This is definitely by the same guy who made the Ashbringer one. Anyone else want to join my Wrath of the Lich King Classic Guild? Get on Pagel. Pagel US. We play Alliance. Join the guild. I'm already level 70. Catch the fuck up. I want to raid with y'all. Oh, he's summoning a ghoul. Syndragosa. This is so well done. This is so well done. Why is the Lich King in Bikini Bottom? It's Patrick. Oh no, he stabbed Squidward. Or SpongeBob. Oh, it's SpongeBob. Rip SpongeBob's soul. Oh, he's Sylvanas. Is he Uther or Sylvanas? I can't tell. Oh, he's Sylvanas. This is really good editing.
You need a jar.
Patrick, that's sulfurous. Oh my god. If they made a sequel, someone's got to donate that next. Someone's got to donate the sequel next. Hey, chat. Guess what? Guess what time it is? We finished all the segments, guys. Which means I'm going to leave it up to one more vote. Would you guys like to see me play more 2B2T, the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft, spawn, ruin, and base hunting exploration, with some cozy wasteland ambience background music, and some nice commentary talking to chat and discussing politics? Or would you like me to continue playing more Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed? Why are you streaming this early, Xanderhall? It's 1:34 p.m. What do you mean? 2B? Chat seems to really want 2B. I'm waiting for a mod to make a poll if we've got a mod who can make a poll in chat. We need to find Pop Bob and tell her she's valid. True. Listen, it's actually... It is said that Pop Bob will not grief you if you build her a shrine at your base with a trans flag in the background, and it simply says Pop Bob is valid. You will not be griefed by her. It will not. You'll be spared. Like the angels passing over the houses that smeared lamb's blood over their doorways. You will be saved. You will be protected. She's Kenzie now. Yeah, but her username is still it's the username's still Pop. She could change her username. I'm assuming her username being Pop. It's like that's my like haha funny username, but my name is yeah, like yeah, I know that's not her real name. But that's her username, and she could change it, so I'm assuming she's fine going by that. She changed the skin to, like, a girl with a trans sweater on and a trans Optifine flag, so, yeah. The most notorious griefer in 2B2T history is trans, which is pretty cool. That's a big win for the trans community, trans acceptance. You guys should be happy. Trans Optifine flag that exists? Apparently! Do I need to show it to you? Pop Bob, name MC. I'll show you. Look. Look at this. She do be rocking the fucking Optifine cape. Optifine cape. Trans flag. Do you have to, like, make that custom? Or is that, like, a thing? There's no back to it. So, like, yeah, there it is. Girl named Pop Bob. It's just a username. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Trans people are griefing our children. Listen, I will be honest. Pop Bob griefing people's bases on 2B2T is probably the worst thing trans people have done to cis people. Of like, Like of all the complaints they make, that is probably the worst thing. Of all the things that are actually true, that is probably the worst of them. Changing a username after having it for such a long time is so fucking hard. It's like a part of you at that point. Yeah. Yeah, it could just be short for Boba or Booba. Yeah. Actually, that would work. Pop Boba. Pop Boba would work. Pop Booba would be good too. Pop Baba or Pop Boba is probably already taken though. That's the thing. Plus, then there's also the fact that if she changes the name, somebody else can take it after a while and they'll sell the account. They'll sell it. Like they'll sell the account that takes the name immediately for like a lot of money to 2B2T players. So, which would still get them like banned and like in trouble legally, but they'd still try. It's very common on 2B to sell accounts. So, yeah, that could be why. Only you can change it back? No, I'm pretty certain after a while the name becomes open again. I'm pretty certain once a name's given up after a certain time period, there's a grace period where the name becomes available again for anybody. I'm almost certain of that. Ned Stark is the Qui-Gon of the A Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones universe. That is the truest of true statements that's ever been uttered. That is so fucking true. Qui-Gon Jinn is literally Ned Stark of Star Wars. That is true. You're not wrong. You are not incorrect. I detect no lie. No lie detected. What's some good copyright free... I'm trying to think of some good background music that would fit 2B2T spawn exploration. Like, what kind of theme of music would be fitting, you know? Like, just it would just be, you know, soundless voiceless background music in the background, you know? Let me switch the game to Minecraft. There we go. There we go. Looks good. Looks good. Okay, what kind of music? I honestly feel like... You guys think Skyrim music? You know what? No, I know what music would be perfect. I know it's copyright free and safe to use. What would you guys rather have? The Nagrand theme on loop? The Shadow Moon Valley theme on loop? Hellfire Peninsula, my personal favorite, on loop? Grizzly Hills? Or Grizzly Hills? Actually, no, Grizzly Hills doesn't fit. Grizzly Hills wouldn't fit. We'll stick with the Outland ones. The Outland soundtrack fits really well with 2B2T, all of them, but which one do you want to start with? Yeah, I feel like the Outland WoW soundtrack, it's game music, so I know it's safe to use on stream, and it really fits the theme of exploring literally a shattered wasteland like 2B2T, which is what Outland is, a shattered wasteland. Mostly. We'll start with Hellfire Peninsula. The Hellfire Peninsula music goes hard. You guys can hear it, right? It's not too loud, not too much, not too quiet, not too loud. I'll turn it down just a little bit. I want to hear when it gets loudest. Is that, like, audible? Is that good? You guys, I want you guys to be able to hear it under my voice, but I don't want it to be overpowering my voice. Or for you to have to, in any way, strain to hear me over it. Like, audio balancing is important. As a matter of fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to check how that sounded. It's a little bit loud. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Guess what time it is? The Outland WoW sound Shattered Wasteland. Alright, let's see how this sounds. Is that, like, audible? Is that good? You guys, I want you guys to be able to hear it under my voice, but I don't want it to be overpowering my voice. Or for you to have to, in any way, strain to hear me over it. Like, audio balancing is important. As a matter of fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to check how that sounded. It's a little bit loud. Okay, I turned it down a little bit. It should be good now. Alright, I have a pretty good idea of where it needs to be. Nice! Audio balancing, dealt with. Audio balancing, done. Alright. Allow me to open up Lay Video Game. I will very quickly have to do a little bit of stuff on 2B for just like 4 minutes, 5 minutes maybe, before I can show my screen on the server. I just have to get back to spawn for reasons I will not be saying. I was not at spawn, but yeah. I will be back there momentarily. Yeah, I gotta disable all the Minecraft porn mods. Yeah, Trash Boy, yeah, of course. Of course. Okay, come on. Load. Why is the game not loading? Why is it not loading? Oh no. Wait. I just realized I forgot to open up... OBS today as an administrator. Which means I think it's not going to be, it's going to be unwatchable laggy gameplay with shaders on because I forgot to open so computers are stupid for me. So yeah, I might have to just turn off the shaders or end. We will come back if you have to end stream. I guess I could end stream. Well, I'll test it, but if it fucks up, then I'll end stream, make a whole new stream that's just 2B2T, Exploring Spawn, and that'll be the title and whatnot, and you guys will be able to switch to it with a little bit of patience if that's what ends up happening. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to write something on my board that reminds me to always open OBS in Administrator. Unfortunately, marking it as always open Administrator does not work. You always have to physically remember to right-click it, click Open Administrator, then get the little pop-up, click OK, and then it's good. Bro, your face is super skinny, but low body fat, what can I say? I've got a high metabolism. I lose weight easily. Okay, let me hop on 2B really fast. Q shouldn't be too insane. Oh wow, I got on instantly. Well, it looks like my shaders are broken anyway for some reason, so I guess... Oh wait, no they're not. Okay, the gameplay is fine. I'm getting a perfectly fine frame rate. Let's hope for the best here. I'm a little bit laggy, but not too laggy, so that's a good sign. Are you guys seeing too much lag in my movements on screen? Like, does it look stuttery? Or framey in any way? It looks fine. Zan, you're not staring. You're not sharing your screen. I know I'm not sharing my screen, guys. I know I'm not. Like I said, I have to do something off screen before I can show you guys the screen. Because 2B2T, people watch your stream and use what you show to find your coordinates and do things. They will do horrible, horrible things. So I have to move myself to an area where I can show my stream before I can show my screen. You understand? Hopefully that made sense. Thank God I had this in my hotbar. Yoink. I can hear you're at your stash or something. Yeah, I'm at my very, very loaded, extremely rich, absolutely massive fucking dupe stash. It's huge. I've got a massive fucking dupe stash. It's absolutely enormous. Massive, massive dupe stash. Massive dupe stash. I recognize the sound of those blocks. See you soon. As you can hear, I am using a resource pack that returns the OG... You guys are going to like what you see. I got a resource pack that restores the original, like, classic alpha version Minecraft textures. Like, if you remember the very vibrant, nostalgic old Minecraft textures, it brings those back, along with all of the OG Minecraft sounds. So, not only are we going to be exploring terrain that was generated back in that era, but we are going to be using the same shaders, or not, we're going to be using shaders, sorry, that make the game look prettier, and a resource pack that gives us the same sounds and textures as back then. I am currently violently mining my way. I will say I am mining through the nether right now. I have not... I'm not doing the intro just yet, okay? Like, I'm gonna do, like, a little intro portion to the 2B2T part of this stream in a minute. For now, I'm just setting it up, and I'd rather not just leave you guys kinda in silence while I just sit here and do this off screen. Like, I very easily could have just muted and deafened the stream and everything, and just made my face go away, and did this, like, you know, with you guys just waiting for me. But, I'd rather talk to you guys and just kind of narrate a general idea of what I'm up to while I do it. I'm almost gonna be able... I'm almost to the point where I can show you guys my screen. I just need to... Oh, yes, this should lead exactly where I need to go. You can hear a lot of explosions, huh? I love that old explosion sound. Why did they remove it? I know that it's a little, you know, it's got some problems. Like, it's got some audio distortion stuff going on with it, and it cuts out in a weird way. But it's just something about it. It sounds like such a solid and impactful explosion compared to, like, the little... Like, it sounds like that. It sounds like somebody just kind of, like, did that little toothy, like, psst kind of thing. That's literally what Minecraft explosions sound like now. And, like, maybe a few pebbles fell to the ground afterwards, you know? They added that. I did like that. The noise effect of a few things hitting the ground after the explosion was cool. Alright, I'm gonna get right over here, and then we can start. We can start right over here. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Lag? Oh yeah, it's that's the whatchamacallit doing that, the alert. That is the alert. Yes, the once the alerts go away, the lag should stop, I think. Yeah, sorry chat, don't worry. Once the alerts go away, oh yeah, there we go, see? Yeah, once the alerts popped up, it was like, whew, what the fuck? Alright. 1 second, chat. Okay. Oh! Hey! Fuck you! Hey! Fuck off. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's fucked. I have to end stream and reopen OBS and Administrator. So I want to remind you guys, The only reason this is a problem is because I forgot to right-click and click the special Make OBS Run the way it's intended to button in order to make this... literally, like, this is not a computer issue. I have 206 FPS right now. It is just because I did not start OBS in administrator mode. That is the only reason. So what I'm going to have to do right now is log out, end stream, and start a completely new stream. All right, you guys see and hear me? Marco. Okay, good. You're good. You hear me? Okay. I'm gonna wrap up the stream and start. Actually, before I even wrap up this one, I think I can schedule the next one, right? I think I can. Like, I can just... I should probably do it the other way, like this. Yeah, I can. I think I should be able to schedule. Yeah, before I even end this stream, I can just schedule the next. Okay, cool. Okay. Create new. Okay, Lefty Gamer plays the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft, 2b2t.org, and talks politics. Okay, and then I'm gonna grab the thumbnail. 1 second, chat. Put it in the playlist, turn on monetization. Set it for subscribers of 5 minutes comment, and schedule it for 2 p.m. And done. And then I'll go ahead and add it as like the pinned stream on my featured. And then I'll wrap up this stream and just go live right away. Should be little to no delay at all. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that should do it. All right. Guys, thank you for watching so far. I will see you in the new stream. It should auto-embed on the website if you're watching there, so just hang out on the website if you're already. If you're on YouTube, you'll have to find the new stream, and if you're on Twitch, you can just hang out. You'll be fine. It'll come back on in just a second. I will be back in literally less than 60 seconds, so be patient. Thank you, guys.